Whether we like it or not, artificial intelligence may have the potential to transform the world.
China's latest AI breakthrough, a Chinese lab called DeepSeek.
Saudi Arabia is planning Project Transcendence, $100 billion of investments.
China has all the data points of your face and voice all the way to fingerprints. I mean, this is really giving effectively entire access to your life.
Here's the truth. Dictators in China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and beyond are using artificial intelligence tools to surveil their citizens, silence dissent, and spread propaganda. At the same time, open-source AI tools have never been more powerful, and the potential for agents and automation to strengthen the work of human rights defenders has never been greater. That's why HRF is launching a pioneering AI for Individual Rights program. This multi-year effort will help steer the world's AI industry away from repression, censorship, and surveillance, and toward individual freedom. While there are many AI ethics working groups and centers that focus on safety or superintelligence risk,
the chances of AI becoming smarter than humans.
Right now, we're worried about AI taking over everything.
0 of them focus on authoritarian regimes. HRF's AI for Individual Rights program is the first fully sovereign initiative free from external influence, designed to monitor and expose how dictators use AI as a tool of repression and to support open-source AI tools that empower dissidents, especially those living under authoritarianism. HRF's new AI program will research and reveal how authoritarian regimes and their enablers harness AI to repress their populations. It will support open-source AI builders making tools that are privacy-protecting and safe for dissidents under dictatorships. It will educate human rights defenders and help them learn about what AI tools are best for upgrading their work. And it will unite leaders in the AI space with dissidents and activists to put civil liberties in the center of the AI industry conversation. AI should serve freedom, not tyranny.
Welcome. Thank you. It's exciting to kick off this track this morning. This is the second year we've been here at Rebel, appropriately named, as Thor pointed out. Last year, we had a whole day of financial freedom programming. We really felt like it was important to broaden the freedom tech stack, bring in more people, bring in kind of more ways of doing things. We're going to start with 90 minutes on AI. We're going to have break, and then at 2 o'clock, we're going to come back for a journey which will be initiated by my good friend John Scott Railton on digital rights, digital security. We're going to go through the world of internet shutdowns and how we can fight back. Then we're going to start looking at financial repression and censorship. We're going to look at decentralized social media, and we're going to end the day with an absolutely incredible story about transforming the infrastructure around us into human potential. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But here we're here to kick off the AI program. The AI program and the idea here started many, many years ago when HRF was kind of looking around in the 2018-19 era at the existing AI initiatives, right, at different universities and nonprofits, and we just realized that they were all just systematically ignoring the Chinese government and what the Chinese government was doing, which was weird because it was clearly at the time the largest project, if you wanted to call it, that had any kind of human impact using, at the time, AI, on humans was what the Chinese government was doing. And yet all of these AI working groups and nonprofits, whether they were in San Francisco or Oxford or New York or whatever, they just were ignoring it. And they would publish these 300-page reports on AI and ethics, not a word about the Uyghurs, not a word about Tibet, not a word about Hong Kong. It was just so weird. So we started looking into it, and we realized that a lot of these organizations had basically been purchased by the CCP or sort of annexed, meaning like someone with influence would be on the board who also happened to work for ByteDance or something like that, or whose husband was, one of the people who run the Stanford HAI program, which is one of these programs that never talks about China, of course. her husband is like an LP at Sequoia Capital China. For example, you see a lot of this. You start to see that like there's a self-censorship for a reason. And I believe that it's, and this is going to be deconstructed by Isaac Stone Fish shortly, but this is a strategic goal. This is a something that both China and other governments are going to do, is they're going to seek to subdue the AI ethics field and force them to not talk about what they're doing. So we were created initially to say, screw that. So the first thing we did was in 2019, we talked with Stanford, other people at Stanford, about doing something there to kind of counter what HAI wasn't saying. And we had a whole day program. It was during the pandemic, so it ended up being virtual. But it was about China and AI and human rights violations. It was super high level, very innovative, and it left us wanting to do more. And what's really unique, I think, about what we're going to do is that not only do we have this DNA of we're going to look at what dictators are doing with AI, and we're absolutely going to look at it. We're going to research it like no one else is doing. But then stuff started to change, right? And Craig, who's running the AI program now, he's seeing this from where he was in the private sector. And things started to change, and these AI tools started to become absolutely liberation technology, is what we started to realize over the last 5 years. You know, people like me were very concerned that AI was just going to be this dystopian nightmare for a very long time. And then, like, you have to kind of be Bayesian. You have to change your perspective. And we started to realize that, wow, these things are just going to completely transform what nonprofits and activists are going to do. Right. You know, to the point of like, okay, activists can sit there today and be like, hey, I'd like a new website that looks kind of like this one and has elements of this and accepts Bitcoin, and boom, they have it. Whereas that could take months in the previous era before AI. So Craig, why are you fired up about this?
Well, as you said, AI is going to transform our society, and we need to be at the forefront of helping the human rights defenders, the activists, find the right tools, be educated on what are the risks and what are the massive opportunities, and help you find ways in which to lever this incredible tool. And so super excited about bringing this to you, bringing this program to you. I think we'll talk with many of you over the next couple of months to really prioritize what are the greatest needs, and then we'll start to both educate and bring people who are creating some of the tools that you'll see here later, bring those tools to this community.
Yeah, and what we're going to do here is we're going to hear from a few people to talk initially at the outset of this about what tyrannies are doing with AI. And it's important that we understand this. And then the second half of the session, which will be led by Craig, will be people working on liberation tools, personal empowerment tools that will be privacy protecting LLMs, that will be agents that you can control, right? So, as you listen to this stuff, you have to understand there's two kind of potential futures. There's one future where countries and governments have a handful of AI, essentially AIs that everybody uses that are control and instruments of control. And there's another world where there's 8 billion people running their own agents that can superpower their work. So right. We want to get as close to that other vision as possible of you all running your own stuff to make you more effective, as opposed to turning us into instruments of control, right? Absolutely.
And we have to harness all of what the opportunities are here. In harnessing these, we will ensure that our adversaries don't accelerate beyond us. I mean, that is kind of a key element of this, is like Absolutely. Ensuring that we are, fighting fire with fire.
Last word before I introduce our first speaker. We think that being specific and narrow on this is going to be a great gift and a great strength of our organization. We're not going to be super general about AI. There's so much buzzwords and nonsense and BS out there. It's just the worst. It's like it can be so draining. There's so many people who, their whole career is like, I'm an AI person at this thing, and they don't actually do anything. It's like, it's crazy. There's a whole fake industry out there. We're focusing hyper specifically on what are dictators doing with AI, and how can nonprofits and human rights defenders use tools to improve their work. That's it. Like, we're not doing anything else. So, you know, if you want to learn about other applications of AI, I mean, I'm sure Craig can point you in the direction because he has a long career of doing this, but that's not what we're going to do. But you know what? Like, the idea of there are, I mean, you know, the NED, for example, supports 1,800 human rights organizations.
Right.
That's a start. You know, like just getting 1,800 groups savvy with what you're about to learn today would be a dream, right? Like, that would be plenty for us to tackle. So, you know, if you're like, well, you're not doing what I want to do with AI, well, you know, we have a lot on our plate just with this narrow little thing. So I hope that you'll be along for this journey. And with that, we want to introduce up someone very special. His name is Jason Su. Jason is a former congressman in Taiwan. We have a long history of working with Jason. He was the person who made the Oslo Freedom Forum in Taiwan possible. When he was a congressman in Taiwan, he ushered in a lot of amazing pro-human rights legislation while he was there. He's been thinking very carefully about AI in the shadow, obviously, of the Chinese Communist Party, being, you know, a leader from Taiwan. And we're really privileged to be working with him on this and to have him open up the day. So with that, I'd like to welcome up Jason. Come on up, Jason.
Good morning, Oslo. It's such a privilege to be here at Oslo Freedom Forum, a platform and for the courage, more clarity, and technology meet. As Alex have said, that I had an honor to introduce Oslo Freedom to Taiwan from 2018 to 2020, 3 consecutive years. Oslo Freedom Forum was in Taipei to amplify the voice of human rights and democracy, and as well as freedom and liberty for Taiwan. As many of you know, Taiwan today faces a very dire challenges, facing threats from the mainland China, and also the part of the situation that we're dealing with is the threats and the intrusion on our critical infrastructure. And this type of threats are actually very imminent. I know here in the Western world, we talk about a 2027 timeline, but for us, it's actually, you know, 2027 minutes or 2027 seconds that we are dealing with, meaning that these threats are extremely realistic and very life-threatening. So today, I'm here to talk with you about a quiet revolution that is happening not in the streets, but in your servers. The authoritarian control of artificial intelligence. And this is happening and reshaping the way we live our lives and the way we consume information and the way we process them. This project is especially close to my heart because TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, produces 90% of world's most advanced chips. And these are the chips used to make NVIDIA's GPU, which are used to train today's most advanced AI algorithm. So if Taiwan is under attack, that means global AI ecosystem is under threat. And as a matter of fact, 70% of AI servers and data centers are made in Taiwan and shipped to the US. So US and Taiwan are interconnected in terms of existential survivability and in terms of AI. So we must get this right. So technology should serve freedom, not oppression. And I think what we are seeing, especially with China's ability to bypass export control and the policies that U.S. has been putting on China to slow down China's technology, but the unintended consequences is that it fuels China's indigenous technology growth. So China is able to produce the same type of AI performance that U.S. has produced, but with a lower-end chips, but with a higher quantity and almost zero-cost electricity. So China uses AI not to expand human rights, but to limit them and almost to extinguish them. So we are looking at, in Uyghur, there are hundreds of thousands of CCTV installed and to record facial recognition, so China can profile the minority and to arrest any sort of unrest and riots that is happening in Xinjiang. And we've seen this horrific images and footage that come out of the this riots and social unrest. And also, it becomes a propaganda machine. How many of you have used DeepSeek or have tried it? If you use DeepSeek and you type in Tiananmen Square massacre or even Taiwan, you get a completely different set of reality. And China is manufacturing these facts as we speak. And imagine your kids growing up in a world where they see the world in a completely different color because of the China's AI is able to infiltrate and as well as expand to the countries that are under its economic coverage and influence. So this is also creating a sort of isolation effect of people who are in the industry and in the technology. And obviously there are countries and also governments that are grasping or embracing this China's available technology, and China is pushing these technologies and standards to the Belt and Road Initiative countries. And this is as we speak, and they are pushing also the digital RMB that uses AI to harness the data of your behavior. And as we know today, hundreds of thousands of people go through at least 500 million CCTV installed at every corner of the major cities in China. And this includes all of you who travel to China, and this includes 2 million Taiwanese people living and working in China that is being recorded every day. And arguably, the way it's able to detect your language and as well as the content of your conversation through the AI algorithm. And so China is profiling what I call a global human genome of surveillance. And that is extremely scary, and as well as creating a world to project a different reality than the Western free liberal order. And another more glaring effect for this is with the war continuously raging in Ukraine, there's been a lot of deep fakes of video of the President Zelensky surrendering to Russia. And this is no news to Taiwan as well, as we receive day in and day out all these fake videos or deep fake content telling Taiwan should be succumb and surrender to China. On a daily basis, Taiwan is hit 30 million times on a cyber attacks by China. This is a direct attack on our cyber infrastructure. This is attacking our code on our government website portal. When Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, Chinese cyber hackers hijacked 4,000 stores of convenience stores display in store, and then propagated with hate messages and with AI deep fake messages and content. China's intent is not to invade Taiwan full on. Their best strategy is to win over Taiwan without firing a bullet, and that is through psychological warfare. And AI today is fueling China that capability and ability to do so. So we really need to rethink AI, and there are three major aspects that will have permeating effects on this. One is control, another is censorship, and the last one is surveillance. And all three pillars work in sync to create a new set of reality that people in China or some other parts of the world don't have access to content elsewhere. Today, DeepSeek has quickly aggregated user. Within 3 months of its release, it's over 500 million. And with OpenAI's other system has reached 1 billion, but China is quickly catching up, and they are offering what I call a white label, out-of-box AI system to countries that are under Chinese influence. And let's take a look at this. This is a fake video with accidents that are happening on the streets and actually creating some sort of a crisis in a certain neighborhood. That also tells you China now has the capability to predict or detect any sort of contingency that happen around your neighborhood. And it is telling its general public, our government is protect you, but it is also injecting an Orwellian fear of the artificial intelligence control. What we are seeing here is what I call a super intelligence doomsday, where China developing this black box technology that is unknown to the Western world. And it is pushing it at an algorithmic level, one code at a time, that to every single headset and mobile phone and server that you use. And again, in Xinjiang, Uyghur, they claim if you search any type of a Chinese AI tool, they claim that the Uyghur camp never existed. It was like a utopia. It was paradise for Xinjiang minority to live in that area. So to me, it's unthinkable to allow this to happen. But the way that AI is organized and how AI race is advancing, and this is going to become further and further acute as we go along. So what is really at stake? It's really three things that we have lived for decades or to operate under this type of modalities: democracy, human rights, and global norms. These are the three major pillars of modalities that are under threat, and it is being eroded by day as we speak. As we look at this, we realize China now has decided it's not going to compete with U.S. and the Western world on the technologies that U.S. is putting a control on China, but it is developing a new set of reality. And to me, that is what is very fearsome to countries that are now only uses government tools, but without enlisting the support of a community here at Oslo Freedom Forum. So what we need to do today is to think through as we start, continuously fueling the hype and the boom of the AI. Would this become a technology without accountability? Would this become a order without justice? Would this become a control without any constraints? And I think this is going to be the situation if we don't put a brake on it, and if we don't think about how this community can come together to work on it. In Taiwan, obviously, this is what we deal with day in and day out. And I mentioned to you about the 30 million attempts to cripple our government public health portal and our defense infrastructure. We sit on this vast volume of data. We should think about how to best harness this by using this data, and as well as providing AI researchers the data to be able to train the global threat detection system. And most importantly, to return to the power of the people. In the AI world, we talk about agentic AI. We talk about super intelligence. But what we are really risk in losing is our human agency. Today, if you ask anyone who's pretty tech savvy, and I think more and more they rely on AI to finish their tasks or to increase productivity. But then, in terms of human rights and democracy and the global norms, these are the things that once we lose it, we will be very hard to get them back, because we are completely onto a different trajectory. Look at this photo. Imagine a world where we do achieve singularity, or we do achieve super intelligence, And that's a world that is controlled by one centralized machine. That is a machine that is able to manufacture you and the world that you live in and the reality that you consume and you are part of. And, arguably, it's what I call a Truman Show, but more scarily, we are all be living on an animal farm. I think that's what's really scary to me. So my call to you today is to really think about what is our agency, what is our human agency. When any technology is created, we want it to be free and liberal and neutral. But the way AI is going, and especially with all the resources that's piling into it, we are basically risking dismantling the very type of future that we wanted to create. So think about how we can reclaim the human agency, and then think about by working together from the policy level, from the intergovernmental level, from the venture capital community level, from the entrepreneurship level, to build tools to counter the AI super intelligence without control and without justice and without constraints. Thank you all.
Thanks, Jason. I think we can all sort of have that sobering thought of how that changes our world. Isaac Stonefish is up next, and we're going to talk about how the CCC has corrupted the world of AI. Isaac.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the desert of the real. What I'm going to be talking about today is the Chinese Communist Party, its influence on AI institutions in China, their influence on AI institutions globally, and then what can we do about this horrific mess. So, to start, Communist Party has ruled China since 1949, one-party dictatorship that is heavily entrenched in the business, government, and military community. Something important to note, the People's Liberation Army, the military in China, is not the military of China. It's the armed wing of the Chinese Communist Party. So when people talk about civil-military fusion, they're missing the point because every party entity is in the same family as the military. Imagine, if you will, that the Republicans have their own army in the United States, and the head of the Ohio National Guard is the head of the US military in the United States, in Ohio. That's the system in China. So keep that in mind when we talk about links between the party and other entities. So AI and the Chinese state, there are very clear military ties between top Chinese AI labs and the People's Liberation Army, sometimes directly through the Communist Party, sometimes through various other entities. The state security apparatus has the ability to view and alter code for AI products. We know that DeepSeek is heavily influenced, is heavily touched by the party, but every global entity that has operations in China has to share source code with the CCP. Some admit to it, some don't. It's the reality of doing business in China. And for those who are familiar with global compliance, how law firms work, they talk about following the laws of the countries that they're operating in. Basically, every major US company operates in China, and they say they follow Chinese laws. Chinese laws require the sharing of that source code. It is not sacrosanct. Chinese AI labs regularly work with Western institutions, despite the horrifying security concerns that we can imagine, and some that are beyond the pale. Chinese Communist Party, the government, are integrating AI into their economy, to their social governance structures. And as we all know, and we have wonderful imaginations here that are very useful to think through the dystopian tools and the dystopian ability that broad AI control can have over the Chinese population and how that gets exported globally. Military operation, Chinese military is adopting Meta's 9S Llama model for military purposes. We should also understand with the People's Liberation Army, warfare is not just direct military warfare. It's political warfare, it's psychological warfare. As Jason was talking about before, it's the idea of how do you invade Taiwan without firing a shot. So military and dual use is not just how do we use AI to make better missiles, it's how do we convince the world that China's rise is both peaceful and inevitable? How do we convince the world that we should just yield to Beijing and the Communist Party because they're obviously not a threat, and if they were a threat, they'd be too powerful, so we can't even countenance it? How do we use technology to make people think that China is not the problem? I run a firm called Strategy Risks, a business intelligence firm. One of the things we do is rank companies on their China exposure. So I have some data here from Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Meta on their China exposure. I want to especially call out Microsoft for its partnerships and politics score. It's a way of quantifying exposure to the Communist Party. And so it looks at how Microsoft partners directly with the Communist Party. So I don't want this to all be doom and gloom. We're going to talk about sins of omission and sins of commission. But first, I want to give credit where credit's due and to applaud the US AI institutions that are calling out human rights abuses in China. Alex wasn't kidding. It's bad. It's really dire. I'm going to cite 3 examples of US AI and UK AI institutions that are particularly problematic in this space. Alan Turing Institute, perhaps the most important AI institution in the UK, talks about human rights, does not mention China in any sort of critical way. Partnerships on AI has Baidu as a founding member. Baidu is a very important Chinese AI company with close ties to the state. The worst one that we've found so far, and we've just started looking into this, there's a lot there. It's the Allen Institute on AI, founded by the Microsoft co-founder, Paul Allen. They talk about how their members and partners have to use, I think the phrase is applicable human rights. And yet they've taken papers from China's People's Public Security University. And so you think, this is a Chinese university. All Chinese universities are overseen by the party. This one's overseen by the Ministry of Public Security, one of the most fearsome entities in China. And the Allen Institute allows them to partner with them, and one can imagine what their applicable human rights are. It's horrifying. So I'm going to talk about 3 case studies of Chinese AI entities and their links to global companies. Zhejiang Lab, it collaborates with sanctioned Chinese companies and UK universities. So they have discussed, Zhejiang and a Chinese military lab, discussed cooperation with Bath University in Cambridge. They do partner with Bath University. And they've also published learning papers with authors from Princeton. We'll start more mild, go a little bit more extreme. Pengcheng Lab, established by the Guangdong provincial government, tied to Chinese weapons development. Like I'd mentioned before, psychological warfare, political warfare, this is more in the concrete, actual weapons space. They control AI model standard setting for the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, which prides itself as being, it's a US-based nonprofit, prides itself as being the world's largest technical standards association. Pengcheng is sanctioned by the US government. It's on the entities list for its ties to the Chinese military. And so one wonders why IEEE is partnering with a sanctioned Chinese entity with ties to the military. It's a good question to ask, and we're looking forward to asking it to them. Shanghai Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. It is run by a senior scientist from a military-industrial conglomerate who won, I wish I had the name memorized, but he won something like the Golden Weapons Development Award. Sometimes things are as they are. They had an international AI alliance, several leading US universities, MIT, Berkeley, Stanford, and they hosted a delegation from the Ministry of Public Security in 2023 proposing deeper cooperation in AI national security planning. They've also co-developed, this is a brag, China's first AI-assisted shooting training system under the supervision of a defense and public security government entity. So you have here 3 deeply problematic Chinese AI institutions and links with very major US, UK entities. Tip of the iceberg, there's a lot more here. So I'm going to add another point in the conclusion. So I'm going to talk through what we talked about, and then I want to talk about war. So China's AI research entities are heavily integrated with the Communist Party and with the repression that having those tight ties to the Communist Party implies and means. Western institutions maintain collaborative relationships despite horrific ethical and practical issues. And international institutions are susceptible to influence from Chinese military-backed AI labs. It's bad. It's grim. So where are we now, and what does this mean for where things are going? I firmly believe that the US and China are going to go to war. I believe that World War III is coming. These things are devilishly difficult to predict. I could be wrong. I certainly hope I am. But I do believe that China, at some point over the next several years, will try to take Taiwan. I do not think that President Trump would go to war with China. I think the next US president will. And I think in the lifetime of everyone in this room, the US and China are going to go to war. What does that mean now? It means we need to be heavily conscious of the links between global entities and the Chinese Communist Party. Don't be naive. We've lived through COVID. We've lived through massive dislocations. People from other countries have lived through things that would be unimaginable. We are still in that, and I do believe the global order is degrading, and things are going to get far, far worse. Understand the ties, understand how global entities are working with the Chinese Communist Party in AI and other spaces. Talk about it, think through it, price out your risks, try to understand what they are. And do you work with Microsoft or Apple? Do you work with Bank of China or ICBC? Do you completely decouple from China now? Have these conversations. And I'd like to end on what I think is probably the most important point here that often gets completely missed in the grand sweep of it. World War III will be terrible, but it'll be especially terrible for Chinese people. And I worry greatly about the state of Chinese Americans in the United States, and especially the state of Chinese Americans under war. And so we need to have this conversation now. Again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope we don't get to World War III. I hope the Communist Party falls and there's a different entity there. I don't expect that to happen. And so what I want us to do is be having these conversations. I'm very grateful to HRF for platforming the ability to talk about these things, to talk about the links between global entities and the Chinese Communist Party, and to try to think forward a path where we can deal with the Chinese Communist Party, where we can live through and even thrive amidst the chaos of World War III, and that we can defend the humanity of people the world over. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ayala Nostr, and I'll be your co-host for the day. So AI chat, thank you. Thank you, guys. So stick around for the second half, which is Freedom Tech. But now we're going to shift gears and go over to Iran, where I'm totally in the way, but Masih Alinejad is an Iranian activist and also the president of World Liberty Congress, and she's going to talk to us about how the Iranian regime uses AI to oppress women. Please welcome her to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm loud. That's why I got kicked out from Iranian parliament as a parliamentary journalist. So, yeah, today I am here not to talk about the future of AI, because I am not an expert of AI. I am an expert of making troubles for oppressors, especially for the backward mullahs in Iran. I am here to talk about the present nightmare of like my people in Iran, witnessing how the Islamic Republic using AI not to protect people, but to end them, to oppress them. They're using, weaponizing AI to control the whole society, especially women. But before going there, I want to give you an example, personal story about myself. A few years ago, Davos conference disinvited the representative of the Islamic Republic, Javad Zarif, who speaks perfect English, to normalize the murderous regime in Iran. So instead of inviting him, they invited a dissident to represent Iran, and that was me. So that was quite big for me. I was there very excited to talk about Iranian brave people, how they challenged the Islamic Republic. After my talk, I came out and I was very excited to talk to media to expose the regime. But media were there. Instead of asking me a question about my presence at Davos, they started to ask me a question about my sex tape. Yeah, a sex tape was leaked all over the media about me. I was shocked. I was bombarded by a lot of messages by people asking me about the sex tape, the porn video. So I went to social media. I found a corner. I went to internet. I Googled Masih Alinejad's sex tape. I know it's really weird if you Google your name with porn video. I did that. And as soon as I saw the curls, massive hair, engaging in sex, I was panicking. So I called my husband, fighting with him over the phone, that when you filmed us, I mean, this is miserable. Everyone is talking about this. I was really angry with him, and then he calmly said, darling, this is not us. I checked that as well. Come back home. We're going to make a better one. So, thank you. Thank you. You're laughing. I am laughing with you. We're laughing together. But this is the tactic of the Islamic Republic, using in a society when honor killing can be a major issue. It's not funny. We don't laugh. We cry. Because this regime using this, the AI tools, deep-faked, editing video, to discredit women like me. And the Islamic Republic is really good at this because they used to change the narrative. So I was there to talk about the oppressive regime, but I had to explain about the porn video. That's what they do, and they're really good at this. That's what they do to millions of women in Iran. So when Mahsa Jina Amini got killed in my country for the crime of just simply showing a little bit of her hair, she came from Kurdistan, Saqqez, to Tehran with her own brother, walking freely with joy. The morality police killed her. That sparked the revolution in Iran. A lot of people took to the street across Iran. Yes? So the Iranian regime used the CCTV and drones to identify innocent protesters simply waving their headscarf in public. And that's how the Iranian regime using AI. So you think that this is just identifying the innocent protesters? No. Nowadays, these days, before any planned protest the Iranian regime actually using predictive technology going on social media like X, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Telegram, and analyzing all the database, their posts. Why? To prevent any of those students, workers, women's rights activists to be a leader of a local protest. And that is, and should be an alarming, that not only simply protesting is a crime in my country, but using social media without joining any uprising is a crime as well. So I created a hashtag called "My Camera is My Weapon." I ask Iranian women, when morality police harassing you, bullying you, arresting you, beating up women in the street, film them, expose them. If you Google this hashtag, you will find how bravely Iranian women exposing the morality police. Only in 1 year, 3.6 million women were stopped by morality police in the street for the crime of just walking unveiled. How many women are in the crowd? Hands up. Yeah, you are all criminals in the eyes of Islamic Republic in 21st century. Because the brave women of Iran didn't bow to the oppressors, to the morality police, so the Islamic Republic found another tactics. Now you don't see any morality police in the street, and media in the West celebrating that and saying, like CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, BBC, saying that no longer you see morality police in the street. That's true, but the AI is being used by the Islamic Republic to do the dirty job of the morality police. They put the surveillance cameras, smart cameras everywhere, especially in subway, metros, face recognition software to identify women, unveiled women, while they're in subway or driving unveiled in their cars, and then cut off their financial activities, send them tickets, kicking them from their jobs. This is a silent war, a regime waging against women in my country. I don't have time. I just started. So this is a regime that we are talking in 21st century that the United States of America and Europeans are engaging negotiation with them. I believe that when a regime like the Islamic Republic in Iran, China, Russia, using the AI and technology to oppress people, then the time has come for democracies, instead of like empty words of condemning the killing and execution, talking about ethic, laws, privacy laws. The time has come for democracies to create, for every individual, not just the states, AI to protect themselves, to protect democracy, to protect freedom. So the time has come for people, experts like you, to help us to use AI to empower people to topple the authoritarian regimes. That's how we support democracy. That's how we protect democracy. And believe me, I am a survivor of 3 assassination plots. 3, not in my country, in New York, in front of my house. Russian mobster got arrested by the FBI, hired by the Islamic Republic to kill me on US soil. And another kidnapping plot, the Iranian regime were planned to take me to Venezuela and then fly me back to Iran and execute me. So you see, the dictators from Russia, Venezuela, and Iran are helping each other, backing each other, and the technology surveillance in the metro subway in my country being provided by China. Unfortunately, dictators are more united than democracies. So that's why, as I said, I am not an expert in AI, but I want to invite you to join the experts of like dissidents from Iran, from China, from Venezuela, all over the world, from authoritarian regimes. They need your support. They need you to empower them through technology, through AI, to topple authoritarian regimes. That's how, together, we will win this battle. Otherwise, believe me, dictators will get united and they will end democracy everywhere, even here. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thanks, Harrison. That was pretty depressing. You know, we heard exactly what oppressors are doing and using AI, but we want to talk now about what we can do with AI in order to combat this. And so 3 things: productivity, innovation, and scale. AI will transform our world. AI is a productivity game changer. Right? We have the ability to, instead of sending one social media post, to send them in a coordinated fashion, in an agentic AI, where we don't have to actually sit there and post. Excuse me. We don't have to post these social media, but instead we can we can coordinate this with an agentic AI. Productivity is also the key to creating great stories, to hyper-personalize messages, right? Think about, like, if you need to persuade one single person. Thank you. There's one person in the world you need to persuade. You can actually use an LLM with a super prompt that will highly target that individual by using a super prompt to say exactly what that person is like, what motivates them, what drives them, what are their values, what are their beliefs, so that AI can now write a highly targeted post or letter or campaign, and in doing so, it can, you know, create a very persuasive, I like to call it hyper-personalized persuasion, right? Where you can literally understand who your audience is and meld your message to meet their needs. This is super powerful because we don't always have the time to do this. But AI can take, you know, a post that might take an hour and make it in 30 seconds, right? And that kind of productivity also leads to innovation. Innovation is such that we can create campaigns that are unique, that are one of my favorite tools or techniques to do with a large language model is to brainstorm with it, right? To ask, how would I accomplish this in a artistic fashion, or how would I accomplish this in a academic fashion? And now the beauty of creating great prompts can allow you to be enormously creative, right? And being that creative is something that most of us just don't have any time for. And so whether that's a way in which to, you know, brainstorm with an AI that says, I need to persuade this group who may or may not be supportive of us. I need to have messaging and a creative campaign around it. And AI can give us that campaign and give us multiple options. If there's one thing that I could suggest about AI is that it's the ultimate experimental tool. It's the ultimate what if tool. What if I needed to? What if I needed to create a campaign? What if I needed to create a campaign for this particular audience? And so, innovation is absolutely and creativity are some of the aspects that make it so powerful. And then the last piece is scale, and scale is an offshoot of productivity, of course, but scale allows us to do a lot more with a lot less. And so we at Human Rights Foundation will help you. First, we'll provide some educational tools, some webinars, both asynchronous and synchronous webinars, but we'll also, so you'll be informed of what these tools are, but then we'll also find the right tools for you so that we're ensuring that it's the most productive, it's the most efficient way to use these tools. Scale is critically important because it's the one way that we can best fight our adversaries. And our adversaries, as we've heard today, are using AI quite aggressively. And so being able to combat that with productivity, with innovation, and with scale is a superpower that most of us aren't using yet, but all of us will use in the future. Our adversaries are pushing ahead very quickly with this, but they're not very perfect. Let me dissuade you from thinking that these dystopian arguments that we heard earlier today are sort of this massive AI tools that will once rule the world. I don't believe that, mostly because much of the training data that they've used is politicized, and hence most of the training data that was used to create some of these tools was heavily politicized, right? And in doing so, we've got some sort of data training pollution. And that data training pollution means that because the CCP, the Iranians, that they can't step outside of their norms. They are at risk for basic common sense. And so with that, I'd like to, invite you to explore with HRF, these tools, these webinars, these efforts, because I'm distraught at the dystopian pictures that we've seen, but I'm also a strong believer that these tools can also be a great advantage to us and to our efforts, and can make our lives better, more efficient, and the like. With that, I'm going to bring up Christopher. Christopher is going to... Christopher's going to talk to us about what are agents and how do we use them safely.
Thank you. Okay. Or I can verbally motion you. Let's go to the next slide. Thanks. Welcome to the Year of Agents. Thank you. This is one of the co-founders of OpenAI. OpenAI, if you didn't know, used to be a nonprofit. It's now a for-profit lab, valued most recently at $300 billion. And I'll leave it as an exercise for all of you to see what percentage of the $60 billion of funding that they've raised has come from non-democratic regimes. It is not a small number. But I agree with Greg. Maybe it's a little self-serving for companies selling you agents to declare this to be the year of agents, but I think this is accurate, that this is the year that agents are becoming mainstream. What is an agent? Lots of people talk about agents, and for the million people talking about it, sorry to tell you that there's 1,000,001 definitions of what an agent actually is, and there's no real authority here, so I'm going to give you my very simple definition that I like. What is an agent? It's just a piece of software. It uses AI to act on your behalf. Some people will get fanciful with this and claim that it's some alternate life form. Practicalities of this. It's a piece of software. It's a tool that we humans can use, and we can delegate our human agency to this piece of software that can act powerfully on our behalf. Some of the basics of what makes it special. You may be familiar with kind of like the base AI, LLM models, GPT-4 and that kind of thing. But you add on to it a few other special things. It can perceive, it can sense its digital environment. So even the models or products now like Gemini from Google, they're very good at, you can feed it an image and it knows exactly, it can read the image. And so you can do interesting things like you can take a picture, maybe it's from a CCTV camera, and you can say, hey, like identify the X, Y, and Z in this image. Plans, it's pretty good if you give it kind of a general goal, bringing it down to the subtasks that it can go act on your behalf in the world. We, in the AI space, call these tools, basically if you're familiar with like APIs or any of the kind of like internet-enabled services, APIs are how you control them, so you can connect basically any API to an LLM. So, hey, AI, do my accounting for me. You would give it access to your QuickBooks API, and then the agent can then have access to that and kind of move, hopefully smartly, to do your taxes better or whatever. And autonomous. We're not fully to full autonomy, in part because the agents just haven't yet been good enough to really let loose. But sort of the rationale behind declaring 2025 to be the year of agents is that agents and the kind of infrastructure around them have evolved to the point where they are now good enough to be autonomous or semi-autonomous. Agents will soon outnumber humans. I had an agent help me with this analysis. I said, hey, OpenAI Deep Research, which happens to be one of the best research agents right now, given current trends, and just give me kind of a conservative estimate of what number of agents will be. So this is the year that we're going to hit 1 billion of these agents. By the end of the decade, they'll outnumber humans. And yeah, we're getting into a lot. And I think this is actually a kind of a conservative estimate, leading to the question of who's controlling them. These 1 billion, these 10 billion, what percentage of them are going to be run, operated, controlled by authoritarian regimes? What percentage of them are going to be owned, controlled, shaped by closed labs that take funding from authoritarian regimes? What percentage of these are going to be run by people in this community? Let's see a show of hands. Who in the last 24 hours has had an AI agent work for them? Raise your hand. All right, we've got maybe 20% of the audience. Very good. I'm going to come back here next year, and I'm going to ask this again, hopefully. And I hope everyone in the room raises their hand, because we need to have as big a percentage of this work on behalf of human rights and not against it. Beyond just the human element of who's going to control these, are we even going to know what these agents are doing? Some of these agents are developing their own language. Do we want to know what these agents are doing? I think we do. This gets to the question of openness. How are we going to know what these agents are doing? Those of us who are building, those of us who are voting with our wallet and choosing which services to spend our productivity budgets on, I think we need to get increasingly aware of the kinds of funding and the kind of incentives of some of these labs and make sure that we are building in the open. We need to know what these agents are doing. We need to expose with the disinfecting light of sun what is being done. My mission for the last 18 months has been to basically build open protocol versions of as much as I can of OpenAI's product suite. They have about 100,000 times my budget, so it's a little David and Goliath, but we've got a bunch of support here. So it began this 18 months ago, a video series in which we're building an open platform for agents on open protocols. It's all open source, using open models and data, open compute, open money, Bitcoin, intending to build an open agent marketplace with revenue share payouts. You can see a list of the videos on our website. I'll show the link in a second, openagents.com. You don't have to watch all 178 videos, but just so you know that people like myself are trying to build infrastructure that is open, that can provide for people's needs, truly open. Our focus as a company for the last year has been on coding agents. Coding agents, I think, have been the first really truly breakout use case that developers like myself are happily paying for, because we're able to spin up websites, web applications way, 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 way faster than before. Agents have now gotten to the point where, as the cost to produce software has fallen and the time to produce software has fallen, the question next is, like, what actually should we build? And so this is my question to you. On our website here, if you scroll down a little bit, there's going to be a form. I've got a group of developers who are accustomed with working with these tools and are looking for people who are wanting agents. So there's a form that just says, what agent would you like? And this is my question that I hope that you all think about. Wave your magic wands in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months from now. What agents do you want working for you? So when I'm up here and I ask you, how many agents are working for you right now? We've got a few hundred or a few thousand doing really good work, sorting our donor list, doing outreach, building websites, doing research, having those agents work with each other, maybe. No one's really thought through that part. What's that? Fighting dictators, absolutely. So that's all. See ya.
Thank you so much. That was so interesting. I learned a lot about AI agents. I saw a bunch of cameras come up, so I think that you are all learning a lot too, which is incredible. I just want to give a quick shout out to the newsletter that the AI team has launched. So if you go to the hrf.org website, scroll down, you can subscribe to the newsletter and learn a lot more about AI as a tool for freedom. So next up, we have Marks from Open Secret, who's going to talk to us about privacy in an AI. Please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you, everybody. In case you're wondering, my walk-up music in my mind is the next episode by Dr. Dre. So I hope y'all are ready for this next episode of AI as we come into this new world that we live in. I'm really grateful to HRF for letting me come have this chance to meet so many amazing people. Y'all are doing incredible things. There are a lot of people tuning in online as well, and I know that y'all are doing great things where you are. So let's see if this advances. Great. Here at the Oslo Freedom Forum this year, we are being asked to imagine, invited to imagine, how we can bring better freedom and stronger freedoms to our communities. The freedom of speech is something that's been fought over for centuries, but the fight continues on even to this day. A new battle has begun over freedom of thought. Up until the 21st century, our thoughts were protected within the confines and the boundaries of our mind. But with the advent of social media and now artificial intelligence, technology has really found a way to pierce that wall and get inside. AI invites you into this seemingly safe space where you feel comfortable, right? It wants you to open your mind and share everything with it. It really kind of feels like you're speaking with a trusted friend. So let's kind of unpack that a little bit here. AI really works best the more data that you give it. So these large platforms like ChatGPT, Claude, they take as much data as they can. And, they say it's for your benefit, which it does. It makes the AI better. But they also use it for their benefit. The first thing that they do is they use it for their model training. They take all of your data and they feed it to their model to make it smarter and for their business opportunities. ChatGPT and others recently introduced a long-term memory feature, which remembers everything about you in order to try and understand you better and think more like you. This also has a side benefit for them of locking you into their system long-term. They sell your data to third-party advertisers, and many of them have data sharing agreements with governments around the world. And then if you want to have access to the highest level of AI features, some of them require you to upload a government-issued ID. And we know how well that goes. Just ask Coinbase. So we give all this data to these platforms, and we're opening ourselves up to vulnerabilities like data leaks, for example. Another big thing that we open ourselves up to is censorship, and this happens at multiple layers. The first layer is that input box where you type something in. If they don't like what you typed, they'll just cut you off right there. Before you even engage with the AI, you're removed from the equation. With this model training, they select what data goes into the model, what they feed it. They select the dials. They tune the dials for the political biases. And effectively, they are defining truth itself in this model. Next up is that long-term memory feature that I mentioned, where we give it all this information, and it's supposed to try and think like us. What that effectively does is the more that we feed it, the more we come to rely on it as a replica of our mind. Let's just call this your digital brain sitting there as a hot spare. This really gives the opportunity to these platforms, because that digital brain is not privately encrypted away from them. They could quietly, selectively go in and delete portions of your memory without you knowing it. Or perhaps more nefarious, they could insert things into your memory that you didn't put there. So as you interact with AI long term, subtly the results are being tweaked to their liking and not to your own memory. So this is your digital brain, your thoughts, altered without your knowledge. I call this form of censorship subconscious censorship, and I'm not really hearing a lot of people talk about it yet, so I hope that we can talk about it more. And lastly, these tools can be restricted at the country level using mass firewalls. So what options do we have, right? We need to fight and protect our privacy and protect our freedom of thought. I have two suggestions here. The first one is local AI. This is the most private. It runs on your device. And then secure enclaves are a newer technology that secure your data in the cloud and try their best to replicate that privacy of local, but on a cloud level. Local AI has the benefit of running offline, so if your organization or your activists have low internet quality, then this is really beneficial to them. But the trade-off is that laptops and phones are underpowered, so they have to select small models to run, which sacrifice accuracy. Secure enclaves are always connected, which is a downside if you need offline support, but you gain this great computing power that can run the largest models, the latest models, and really have the highest output. A great example of a local AI here is LM Studio. This runs on Mac, Windows, Linux. It's open source, it's free, and it's really easy point-and-click installation of the latest models. And then in the cloud space with secure enclaves, we are really pioneering this future with Maple AI. Maple AI tries to give you a ChatGPT-like experience, but it's fully end-to-end encrypted. So using open source software and being open source ourselves, we use cryptography to prove your privacy. And this means that we can make a fully confidential AI. So I invite you to play around with these tools. And with local AI and with Maple AI and secure enclaves, you, the individual, can be empowered to fight in this new battle over our freedom of thought. And I really think as you use these, we can win. And we can be free to continue to imagine a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Marks. That was excellent. Well done. All right. Up next is our AI for Activists 101 panel. We've got Alex, Justin, Anna, Ben, and Janice.
Thank you, Craig. Let's give it up for Craig. Thank you, Craig. All right. I have the honor and privilege of hosting this awesome panel. It's just such an exciting time to be in this space, thinking about this stuff. It's like things change so fast, right? So I wanted just to start with some quick intros. Just tell the audience briefly who you are, what you're doing, what you've done with HRF, And then I'm going to go back to you, Justin, for like a recap on the AI trainings that we've been having the last 2 days. So just, first of all, quick intros, and then we'll go to Justin.
Hi, I'm Justin Moon. I'm a Bitcoin developer for the past 6 or 7 years, running a lot of educational meetups and stuff like that, worked on privacy, and I'm helping HRF build out the AI for Individual Rights program.
My name is Ben Perrin. I've been educating people in and around how to properly use and secure Bitcoin for almost a decade with a YouTube channel called BTC Sessions. And as of late, I've been co-hosting our quarterly webinar with Anna here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sana Chukhovich. I am originally from Russia. I'm an activist in exile, and I work as a nonprofit Bitcoin adoption lead at the Human Rights Foundation. I educate activists and nonprofits. I teach them how to use Bitcoin in their work.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janisa Bacalasa. I work at HRF, directing programs that support activists like the Freedom Fellowship or the Resilience Retreat.
So in 2017, we had the first workshop ever at a human rights conference that brought together human rights defenders and Bitcoin educators and investors and activists and folks in that space. And since then, that's grown just, tenfold, 100-fold. And it's really, for whatever, we've done for Bitcoin or whatever, it's just done so much more for us, right? So what we wanted to do is copy some of the things that worked really well with training and educating human rights defenders and dissidents about Bitcoin for AI, and that's what we're going to do. Like we learned a lot of things. We learned what worked. We learned what didn't work. We learned what needed to be for a good educational program for nonprofits and human rights groups. And now we're in the thick of it, and it's just a lot of fun. So Justin, give us just an overview of what you saw the last few days and how much your mind is like spinning with ideas right now.
Yeah, so the idea was to run a series of workshops the first 2 days of the Oslo Freedom Forum. We started with an office hours where everybody could come in and chat with us, and then we did 3 hours of workshops that I was supposed to design with no experience in advocacy.
Well, that's because this has never happened before.
Yeah, with no experience in activism, as the tools are changing constantly. So it wasn't an easy job, and I basically just guessed at the level of experience and the tasks that needed to be done. And so what we did is we did like kind of a 1 hour session at the beginning where I just assumed people didn't know anything, and taught them kind of the basics of how to get the best out of ChatGPT, which is just the most popular tool. And I expected on the first day, with about 2 minutes before it started, there was like 4 people in the room. And I was like, oh God, this isn't going to work. And then 5 minutes later, there were 40 people in the room, and I could barely hear myself think. And that was great. So for the first maybe 2 hours, the room was just absolutely packed. Everyone was very interested. And then we moved on towards the end to more advanced things. Like, by the end we were vibe coding. Vibe coding is
So let's just teach everyone here what is vibe coding, and it's this thing that didn't exist not that long ago, but all of a sudden it's just incredibly transformative.
Yeah. So usually, in order to produce software, you engage in coding or programming, right? Where you have to type characters into something like Microsoft Word. Programmers have their own version of Microsoft Word, kind of, and you type it in, and then it'll run.
And groups like the one Janice works for, or HRF, or ACF, other groups that you guys work for, had to hire programmers to do this stuff, right? Yeah. That was just the way things were until 2025.
Yeah, and so you have to really focus. You got to really get in the zone. You got to have a lot of caffeine, and it's
like this.
You get hunched over.
You always want to hire someone who looks like this. Yeah.
And then so vibe coding is instead of doing that yourself, you instruct in your native language a coding agent to do this for you, and you just surrender to the vibes. It's all kind of instinctive, emotional, intuitive.
Do this, do that.
It's not rational at all. You're just sort of like you're captured by the muse. And the amazing thing is, like, we had like a 7-year-old kid in there who had never touched done any coding at all. And in 10 minutes, he had a personal website for some advocacy group that he was, I think his mom was associated with. And as an example, I pointed out that one of his buttons was broken. It was all white, and you could only see what the button said when you hovered over it, because I was showing that these tools aren't perfect yet. And then so I went back to my group and started talking to them again, and the kid goes, I fixed it. Because in one prompt he was able to tell the AI, hey, the button's broken, fix it for me, and it did. So that's really neat. This is mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, this is not science fiction. I mean, look, we wanted to open harshly with what the dictators are doing, and we need to be sober about that. But the possibilities to radically expand the potential for individuals to change the world, I mean, is just so exciting. And just get rid of all this tedious work that we used to have to do in the human rights space. I mean, forget the obvious stuff is the LLM type stuff, which a lot of you probably haven't really actually sat down and done yet. Where it's like, okay, you got to do a research briefing for your team or for your board, or you got to write an annual report, or you got to do a donor report, or you have to do a grant proposal or some sort of application. I mean, instead of doing it the way you used to do it, you just tell the agent, hey, I need 10 to 12 pages. I need it to sound like this. I need it to look like this. I want it to reference these things. And what it gives you is amazing. So there's that, and then there's translation stuff, translate this, and there's video editing stuff. But the vibe coding stuff is just, imagine the time it used to take us to build websites, even do simple things, make a presentation beautiful.
Analyze data.
This is just completely groundbreaking. So I wanted to go over just to skip to Janice. We'll go Janice and then Anna and then Ben, and it's are you excited about this? What is this going to liberate you from having to do, and how much more dangerous is this going to make you guys, basically?
It's beautiful, because one of the most important thing I think in activism is to actually strategize appropriately and be able to understand what the different tactics that you choose to deploy, whether it's on the ground or even on social media, what the impact and the response from the regime might be. And currently, an organization that's here, it's called Canvas, and a group of other nonviolence nerds like myself are trying to work and figuring out how AI can help us do the strategic estimate, understand our strengths, weaknesses, and resources, as well as the opponent, and kind of do rehearsals with AI to anticipate what the response of the regime might be. And that will be, while I do think that in the end strategies must continue to be decided by the movement members themselves, because that builds democracy, it's going to allow us to at least have a range of options that we perhaps have not considered in the past. And that's looking at it from a grand strategy level. If you look at tactics,
meaning just for in the same way that people have a therapist or a love interest that's an LLM, you can say, hey, if you were Putin, what would you do to disable me, right?
Exactly.
And it's pretty amazing what it says, right?
Exactly,
yeah. So it can really help us be strategic, right?
And anticipate repression, because there are ways to make repression backfire and make it work on the favor of the movement.
Yeah.
But for that, you have to plan ahead. You have to have a strategy ahead of time, even to receive repression and push it back. And that's, again, talking about grand strategy. But if you want to go specifically to tactics, one thing that I've been playing with and people in my movement is that in the Amazon fires in Bolivia, the country where I'm from, where I'm leading a movement, we have a problem where the government blocks any news about coming fires. And we've been trying to rely on NASA satellite images, but we need someone that's an expert to interpret the images and do calculations to know the exact amount of fire in the week, in which direction it's going to go. And we are all volunteers. We don't have the capacity to hire someone to do this analysis. And we've been trying to get that from AI as well, so that we can tell firefighters where we can expect fires to expand next week. So it can go from grand strategy to campaigns to tactics. It saves a lot of time.
Amazing. Anna, what is your take, and how do you think it can make organizations more effective?
I must confess, I think this is something, this is not anything that I should say in front of my boss on the stage, but I think I do around 90 or 80% of my work with AI.
Great.
Yeah.
That means you're doing 90% more than you used to, right? It's great.
Yeah. First of all, I'm not a native English speaker, and I provide Bitcoin education in English language. And AI helps me a lot with creating content, including all visuals that we use in our work. And, I have to find a specific language to make content for our students so they can understand what I'm talking about. So AI doesn't only help me to create the content, but also I do brainstorming to find ideas, and I ask it to help me, like how to, what's the best approach, how to teach students, and I actually implement some ideas into our work, and it works great. And of course, it saves weeks of my time, especially when I work with big texts, when I generate different financial reports as well, because also I work as a financial manager of a Russian organization, and I do lots of paperwork. I do lots of financial reports.
Let's give a specific example. I mean, and it's not, there should be no shame. It's like, wait, you're not using AI? Like, you should be, right? So especially as we get into these tools like that we heard from Mark's, where it can be run locally or run with a secure enclave and it's encrypted, and it depends on what you're doing, but for the stuff that you guys are doing, you should be using that stuff, not ChatGPT or DeepSeek or whatever, right? Because we don't want to be doxing all of our info to these corporations and governments. But with these tools, I mean, for example, we wanted to do like a case study on Bitcoin and human rights, and it just hasn't been done. There's no like industry paper where you can like circulate it at a university where students can read about, oh, there's all these case studies of how human rights defenders have used Bitcoin. It just doesn't exist. Well, we are going to have one like this month because it's so freaking easy to write it, and it's amazing.
Yeah,
and it's like you got to think about the possibilities here.
Yeah, and we wrote this report, and it's around 20 or more pages, and it took me like 2 or 3 hours to write it.
Yeah.
And of course, I was managing the process, and I was controlling all the information.
Yeah, you have to know how to do an amazing prompt.
Absolutely.
It's very important. That's the key. But as long as you learn how to do that, you can really expand the reach of your work.
And it was funny when I shared the result with some guys in my team, and they were like, "Oh wow, it's impressive, and probably it took you so much time to work on it." And I'm like, yeah, it was like 3 hours of work. Yeah, so it's amazing.
I mean, it's just it's crazy. So Ben, last summer you started to put, was it last summer or 2 summers ago, you started to put your online education into Spanish with dubbed using AI tools.
Yeah, this is incredible. Again, I do super long, in-depth tutorials, and I've always wanted to be
highly technical.
Very technical. I've always wanted to be able to reach other languages, and right now, Central South America has made a lot of sense. A lot of Bitcoin being used there, and so just thinking of the cost that it would have incurred before, because I would need somebody who speaks both English and Spanish, somebody who also deeply understands Bitcoin and the technical things I'm talking about. The person would have to be a great speaker, and not only that, but the timing would have to be perfect, because if I'm saying push,
you need to create a dub track.
Yeah, exactly. So if I say I'm pushing this button now, but they're not at the exact same time as me, it doesn't work. Now, instead of transcript, them speaking, dubbing it, all of that, it's here's the link to my existing video, and then 15 minutes later, it's not only done in my voice, but my lips are CGI'd so it looks like I'm speaking Spanish.
Right. And look, bad guys are going to use this stuff, but like we're going to use it too. It's like you have to think about it. It's sort of similar to encryption and Signal. Like 100% of drug dealers use Signal, but so do 100% of human rights activists should also be using Signal. It's just like 100% of activists should be deep faking their ability to do Spanish, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
He doesn't actually speak it that well.
You should see me do Hindi. It's amazing.
There we go. No, but I mean, it's like this can unlock massive potential to get his incredible content into every language, basically.
Yeah. And it's not only that, but over the years, again, dealing with software and wallets, and I'm always kind of going through the user experience, UI, all of that, and explaining it to people. But in the back of my head, I'm like, why is everybody so bad at user experience? And so, like, you think, oh, I wish this button was here. The vibe coding thing, the second I get home, I'm now going to say, I love this about this wallet, this about this wallet, and I want to make my own wallet that I think works best.
The Ben wallet.
Yes,
it's going to be awesome. I'm going to use it all the time.
Take the world by storm.
It's just going to completely transform the ability for. Look, for the last 5, 6, 7 years, we've been working with human rights activists and technologists, and working together to create tools that can help people. And it's a lot of work, and it's been 100% worth every minute. But you guys aren't going to need the technologists anymore, basically. Not really, but you get my point. Like, you'll just be able to do it yourselves without writing any code, which is really quite something. So with that, I hope this was just like a little bit of a glimmer of what's to come, and the next year is just going to be so crazy exciting on this front. And we're grateful you're here. Hopefully we'll be on a bigger stage next year, because this topic is really germane for just everyone, I think. So hopefully we'll do that. Please continue to follow the work of all these fine people. And we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock for the Freedom Tech Track. Thank you so much. For sure. now. Right, Janice?
Yes, please.
Nice.
All right. We're going to start on time. Perfectly on time. Let's go. Thank you all for being here. This is pretty overwhelming. Maybe we should be on the main stage next year. What do you think? Yeah. The AI session was awesome. It's pretty mind-blowing. Very excited to see what human rights defenders do with that kind of technology. It's an honor to be here with my dear friend Alvaro. Between the Human Rights Foundation and the Reynolds Foundation, we've been doing a lot in terms of supporting open source freedom tech development. I'm so inspired by what they've done in terms of supporting some really incredible organizations in the space. It's just feels like we have the wind at our back with you guys. It's really something, and they've encouraged us to just dream and think and imagine. So just wanted to thank you and Tim and Caroline and the Reynolds Foundation for that. So thank you.
Alex. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you all for being here. What a great honor.
Well, we couldn't do the freedom tech stuff without you guys. Just wouldn't happen. And, you know, I don't know if you guys have looked at the program, but, like, we're about to see some amazing stuff. A little bit about the format. What we've learned over the years is that we want to do quick-hitting information. Okay, so you're going to see a lot of 4-minute highlight talks. And then you're going to see what we call keynotes, which are 12 minutes. So our friend, who I'll introduce in a second, is going to open things with a 12-minute keynote. You'll notice the keynotes dictate the content that comes after. Each keynote has a video that will prepare you for what you're about to see, and then you'll see the keynote, and then there'll be a bunch of talks after that are related to the keynote you just saw. And that's going to be the journey for the afternoon for us. We're going to start with John Scott Railton, who will come up in a few minutes. Yeah, JSR, we're so happy to have him here. It's a real thrill for him to be opening this up for us on your digital footprint and digital security more generally. And then we're just going to go through this journey through how governments shut down the internet and how you can fight back, and how we can kind of start getting around censorship through decentralized social media. We're going to have a lot of content on Nostr. We're then going to look at how governments have been weaponizing the banking and financial systems, and then we'll start looking at Bitcoin and Ecash and its use around the world. And then we're going to finish with a remarkable presentation by two people who have done something very awe-inspiring, and Alvaro and I will talk a little bit about that. So just wanted to tell a few fun stories for you guys. You know, as we've traveled the world and seen some interesting things regarding freedom tech. So it was summer of 2021, and I called Alvaro, and I said, yo. I said, can you come to El Salvador with me in a few weeks?
And I was like, no way, man. No way. Why you want to go to El Salvador? You know how dangerous is this country right now?
And he's from Central America, so he's like, you don't want to go to El Salvador. And I was like, I think it's a little safer now. I'm not really sure. But I wanted to go to see what was happening with the Bitcoin law that summer, and the protests against it, the support for it. I just wanted to see. So I didn't announce it. It was a quiet trip. I didn't tell anyone I was going. I met Alvaro down there, and we drove out.
He completely orange pilled me, by the way, during that trip.
That was the orange pill trip, yeah. Yeah, baby. Well, I mean, because you saw the impact, right? And I ended up writing a story about the trip, which is called The Village and the Strongman, which is in one of my books, and it's in Check Your Financial Privilege, and it's about our trip to El Zonte, basically. And, you know, look, freedom tech is a lot of things, but ultimately what was born on that beach is very remarkable. Like the idea that it's so crazy, like the future of finance, that it was born in this poor town in El Salvador and not on Wall Street, what blew my mind completely. It was like the truth is stranger than fiction.
During that trip, Alex bought, I think, his first coffee ever with Bitcoin.
No, not my first, but definitely the smoothest experience.
Yes.
At El Zonte, I mean, I bought this cappuccino. I mean, this guy back here is awesome, by the way, the barista. But it was, you know, as good as that. And I was joking with Carla.
Yes.
I put up a video of me buying this thing, and it's, of course, seamless. You know, back then it was a little different, but Lightning worked really well. It still does today. It works even better today. But back then it worked very well. And man, it just worked so seamlessly, and it blew my mind that I could just go to some other country. I didn't have to tell a bank. I could use an ATM. I could withdraw cash from my Bitcoin. I could buy anything I wanted to. It felt very freeing, right?
I was mind blown. And I love pupusas. I don't know if you guys have eaten Salvadorian pupusas. And buying Salvadorian pupusas through a Bitcoin wallet for me was completely mind blowing. It's just
and no, just everything about it. And I told Carla, you know, I think what people generally were, and they still are, you know, in El Salvador, I think, you know, a little skeptical of Bitcoin as like maybe a wage technology. I do think they're going to get there. But what she was saying, which was really smart, was I'm going to use it. I'm going to take all my tips in Bitcoin.
Yes.
And I'll take my salary in fiat. And I thought that was like a really smart thing to do. And I was joking with her that, like, you know, the tip we gave her then, I was like, one day it'll be able to buy a car.
Yes, I remember.
And it hasn't appreciated quite that much, although it has tripled in value since we were there. So it's pretty cool. But it ended up being true because what happened is I posted a video of me buying the coffee from Carla and I put it on social. Yeah. And people just started, I left her Strike address on there, her Strike identity, and people just started tipping her from all over the world. It was like a mass kind of, these moments are rare. They just sometimes happen. Like if you put up this today, nothing would probably happen. It was just like right time, right place, right moment in Bitcoin's history. Everybody started tipping Carla. It was the craziest thing. And they tipped her like $4,000 of Bitcoin.
Yeah, for a coffee.
And you know what? It was so crazy because she could literally buy a car like that same day. So it's just, it wasn't exactly what I had in mind, but it worked. But look, I mean, then there was the other side of things, right? There was like the centralized government that's got all these authoritarian impulses pushing this thing, and it was we went to the protest against it. Yeah. We learned that, you know, the protesters were mainly political, like they didn't really understand Bitcoin at all. Yeah. You know, this I remember it was they were a little confused. They were protesting because they didn't like Bukele, which is fine, by the way, very important. But to exercise your rights that way, but they didn't. They were like they did not really understand what was going on with Bitcoin. It was interesting, right? I mean,
it was interesting. Also, we run into Peter McCormack.
Yeah, Peter McCormack was there making a movie.
Was on the protest, but it was really interesting because they were really confused on the terminology and the concepts of Bitcoin. I was still confused at the time. That helped me actually to understand things. And at that moment, I remember I was with Alex. And El Salvador closed, or they did something in the civic courts with the judges, where Bukele removed the judges from the civic courts during that day.
When we were there, he changed he got his people to change the law so he could run forever. And it was interesting because we were talking on that week about how this is a little worrying. What if he does this? And then he just like did it. And it was just like, oh, I guess that's the end of that. So that was very interesting to see all that real time. But look, there's a lot of dimensions to Freedom Tech. You're going to learn a lot about it today. Just to wrap, we're going to point out a couple things that are highlights that we think you guys should check out beyond JSR's awesome presentation. Alp is here from NetBlocks. Let's give a shout out to Alp. They do amazing work tracking internet shutdowns. You're going to see that. We're going to have a pretty remarkable presentation from Pablo and Anjan about how Nostr can revolutionize journalism and change it so that you can actually interact with people in the story, and we can get out all these intermediaries out of journalism. I think that's very exciting. We have a remarkably heroic guy named Zia from Iran, who's been a leading Bitcoin educator in that country, and he was arrested and disappeared for several months during the Masa Amini protests, and he's here with us today, so shout out to Zia for all his amazing work. Thank you, Zia. Professor Sarah Krebs is here from Cornell to announce the Global Bitcoin Adoption Index.
I'm very excited for that one.
By the Reynolds Foundation and HRF. And we're going to have a presentation towards the end at the finale that is just, it's really inspiring to me and Alvaro, because we got to visit a incredible Bitcoin hydro mine in Paraguay earlier last year. And it's amazing because it's doing so many things, but it's basically giving so much economic energy to the region. It's decentralizing the Bitcoin network. It's making it more censorship resistant. It's giving people jobs. It's just kind of one of the most crazy stories ever, right?
It was completely mind-blowing. But before going to the Bitcoin mine in Paraguay, also we have Leopoldo Lopez today, who's going to talk about the Venezuelan case, which is extremely beautiful, what happened in the Venezuelan protests through Bitcoin and through Ferry. But going back down to Alex's point, Paraguay completely blew my mind because now I understood the connection between energy and Bitcoin and job creation. That was another layer when you got me through that rabbit hole.
Just another layer on the onion. So we're going to go deep today. We're going to take the red pill. We appreciate you guys being here.
Absolutely.
And without further ado, we're going to welcome up JSR. So thank you so much. Look forward to it.
Welcome.
My name is John Scott Relton, and I'm going to talk to you using what I like to call the spyware telescope. So lots of different forms of surveillance in the world, but to really understand their impact, it makes sense to start somewhere. So we start here. I work at a place called the Citizen Lab with a large group of amazing colleagues. We've been around for more than 20 years. We are ferociously independent, and we spend our days working with activists, journalists, dissidents, and others that are targeted with sophisticated surveillance technology. Today, I'm going to start you with a story. Here we are in Rwanda in 1944, and as I'm sure all of you know, Rwanda was going through a genocide. In the Rwandan capital of Kigali, there were not many safe places to be if you were a target of that horrible violence. There was, however, the Hôtel des Mille Collines, a bastion of safety for many who sought refuge from the genocide. The hotel's general manager, Paul Rusesabagina, who saved lives. Paul was widely, globally recognized for what he did, including in the movie Hotel Rwanda. But like so many people of conscience, Paul did not stop with that one act. He continued to use his voice and what he felt and express what he thought, including his concerns about the new government in Rwanda. He also built himself a life in the United States with a beautiful family. For his troubles, Paul was kidnapped, rendered to Rwanda, and put on a show trial, accused of all sorts of terrible things. But he had a secret weapon. Two amazing daughters, Karine and Anaïs. Anaïs, who is here, can we give her a round of applause? Karine, who is not, but let's give her a round of applause as well. These two amazing women used their voices, their platforms, their personal courage to tell the story of their father and advocate for his return home, including on the stage at Oslo Freedom Forum here in 2022. Well, something else was happening in 2022. Citizen Lab, for the first time, was running a spyware checking booth. It was an idea that we had bounced around with HRF, and ultimately we came up with this project. Karine came to get her device checked, and she had a sense that something might be going on with the phone. She'd heard about it through the Pegasus project. She'd had a first check. And sure enough, when we checked, we found evidence that Pegasus spyware was on Karine's phone. Now, the thing is, it was on her phone while she was calling lawmakers, while she was doing strategy, while she was advocating for her father's freedom. In other words, an autocrat half a world away was one step ahead of what they were doing. Now, they still secured their father's freedom. But how on earth did we get to this place where autocrats are no longer even limited by the bounds of geography? Well, the answer begins probably somewhere in the Arab Spring. For a while, in those early, heady months, it seemed like technology moved people faster than autocrats. But the truth is, dictators will always roll up. They will always find technological tools for surveillance. And they have a standard palette of colors. They can surveil. They can infiltrate. These are actual Stasi infiltrators, which pretty compelling. I don't know, the last guy looks like a hodler. What do you think? But they can also disrupt. And of course, if that doesn't work, they can use violence. And when that really doesn't work, they can deprive liberty. They can kill. But ultimately, these are big, complicated machineries. They are expensive. They take a lot of work. And they are very analog. Today's dictator is looking for something a little bit similar. A little bit simpler, and wants to throw cash at the problem because they know that fear and the self-censorship that it engenders is a more powerful tool than any mechanism of physical control. So they go to places like the Wiretappers Ball here in Prague, and they talk to companies like NSO Group, which I'm sure many of you have heard about. NSO Group, based in Israel, sells spyware called Pegasus. Now, Pegasus, people have heard about it. It can do everything that you as the user can do on your phone, from looking at your encrypted messaging to tracking your locations, your movements, see what you're viewing. You are an open book. It can even do some things you can't, like accessing your cloud stuff, surreptitiously and over time. But the other half of this problem set is that this kind of technology, these are screenshots from another tech, allows your digital life to become scrutable to a security service, who you're talking to, the meaningful contacts, the not meaningful contacts. This is the efficiency of surveillance. Here's another price list from a different company. And the key thing to take away, you don't need to look at the numbers, is to know that when the acquisition of this may be pretty expensive, the marginal cost of new infections is often low, which means that when governments get access to this, the temptation to start using it for political purposes is really high. So if you talk to companies like NSO, what do they tell you? They say, well, you know, we're here to target terrorists and criminals. Well, let's talk about some not terrorists and not criminals. Saudi Arabia got its hands on Pegasus, and these are a bunch of countries where we found Pegasus infections attributed to their operation. Let's go to Bishop University here in Canada and find Omar Abdul Aziz, a well-known YouTuber who is a thorn in the Saudi government's side. And one day, Omar, looking for those gains, orders a big tub of protein, and almost immediately afterward gets a text message with a link on it. And like most people, he clicks. He was, in fact, infected in that moment with Pegasus spyware. We worked on his case and published his story. What we didn't know is that just about a day and a bit later, a world away in Turkey, Jamal Khashoggi was going to the Saudi consulate in Istanbul. He never exited that building. What we learned through our investigation and the investigations of our peers at places like Amnesty Tech and the Pegasus Project is that his wife had been targeted before his murder and was infected with Pegasus. And after it, his fiancée, was monitored as well. Pegasus was all around this horrible murder. It doesn't end with Saudi Arabia. Wherever we scratch as researchers, and wherever we've scratched over the past decade, we find cases from Thailand to Mexico, passing through clergy in Togo, and just about everybody else who is displeased an autocrat or who's tangled with cartels. Meet Javier Valdez, the publisher of a small newspaper in Rio Doce, Mexico. He was brutally assassinated and his devices taken. As his widow, Griselda, also a journalist, was mourning his death and advocating for an investigation, she was hit with Pegasus, and so were his colleagues. Not exactly terrorists and criminals, certainly not on the target side. Now, what I've talked to you about thus far is one-click attacks, where you get a message and you click on it and your device is infected. Still pretty sophisticated, but these days, the real sophistication runs in what are called zero-click attacks. Meet Lujan, well-known activist for women drivers in Saudi Arabia, also detained for her trouble. There was an amazing campaign for her freedom, making fun of Gulf states' attempts to launder their reputations. She was eventually freed, thanks to a tremendous international effort. But some months after her freedom, something showed up on her device. You can't see it here, but these are a bunch of GIF files. We've anonymized their names. These were not actually GIF files. This was another infection attempt. And what my colleague Bill Marzak determined is this was a zero-click infection. Nothing that she had done had caused this infection. 1 minute her device was clean, the next minute it was infected, spewing data to an adversary across the globe. Now the bananas part is that this particular zero-click exploited a legacy piece of image processing from one of these. Remember when these people used to use these things? To make a PDF smaller. That simple bit of code, like old DNA from the Pleistocene era, remained in image processing and parsing systems in modern phones. And the attackers developed an entire Turing-complete computer that sat inside that little image parser to infect and monitor a device. An unbelievably sophisticated exploit, as Google, who worked with us, confirmed. But something else happened after that discovery. Anybody know how many current Apple devices there are in the world? How many active Apple? Shout it out. How many Apple devices? 3 billion. I'm listening. Some billions, right? Fucking billions. Now, here's the thing. Every single one of them got an update, a security update, thanks to her. Thanks to her vigilance and thanks to her willingness to get checked. But here's the truth. Despite all of these big to us scandals and drama about this industry and these companies, if you look at NSO's debt valuation, not much changed. Proliferation continued. It also affected governments, heads of state. Governmental organizations got targeted. I remember when we called the UK to be like, hey, by the way, Downing Street, bad news. We found evidence of a Pegasus infection there. But then in November 2021, things started getting spicy for NSO Group. Partly because they had displeased the US government, they got stuck with a kind of a sanction-light thing. Apple also sued them. Again, thanks in part to our friend. And suddenly, we began seeing impact. The market got worried. This total scofflaw industry started experiencing meaningful financial consequences. Some brakes were being pumped on proliferation. And finally, after a decade of shouting in the wilderness, we're like, okay, maybe we've got some impact here. Maybe something is changing. But it didn't end there. Corinne was able to join me, Corinne Kanimba, Paul's daughter, was able to join me in testifying to Congress about the dual human rights and national security impacts of the proliferation of this technology. In other words, listen, government, whether or not you care about human rights, you're going to get hacked with this stuff too, because dictators never stop if you give them a cookie. They always want the milk as well. And consequences continued. Suddenly, it seemed like a dangerous thing, right? spyware was made dangerous again. Very good, very good. Some companies shut down, others lost the ability to fundraise. It was bad. We also got an entire ecosystem of organizations, including us, now working on this problem set. Things have started changing, and most recently, WhatsApp sued NSO back in 2019, just won. Turns out a jury of 12 regular citizens learning about this business model is like, this is very bad. This should be punished. So NSO got hit with $167 million punitive damages. Very bad. Very painful for them. So big progress in some ways, but are we winning, right? This is the question. As you're sitting here thinking about your own phone, right? Do you know what's on there? Are we winning? Well, a couple of weeks ago, talked to this guy, Ciro. Ciro got notified from Apple that he had been targeted with mercenary spyware. Ciro's a journalist in Italy. And of course, if you're a journalist, you got sources to protect. It's a very scary thought, right? Maybe your sources are exposed. Very scary thought. But he wasn't entirely surprised. And this is because earlier this year, his colleague Francesco Cancellato had been notified by Meta and WhatsApp that he was targeted with Paragon spyware. You haven't heard of that one before. What was that? Well, let's talk about Paragon. Paragon is an American-funded, super secretive Israeli spyware company that makes cool stuff. They sort of represent themselves as the Pegasus 2.0, right? Fewer spyware abuses, don't worry. Definitely not findable. Well, we found them. And so did Meta. They were, again, using an ultra-sophisticated zero-click vulnerability. You got added to a group. A PDF was shared on the group. There was some malicious code. The victim device gets infected. The victim sees nothing. Very bad, very scary. Of course, the Paragon and mercenary spyware cases in Italy didn't end there. We found a whole bunch more. Priests and others doing sea rescue of migrants. That case continues. And the unfortunate truth, this is the PEGA committee, which the EU set up a couple years ago to look into mercenary spyware. The unfortunate truth right now is that Europe has a mercenary spyware crisis. Despite all the fancy talk about privacy on this topic, they're terrible. Am I optimistic? I'm not sure. But I do believe that Pegasus is coming soon to your phone for another reason. You don't have to be a world-class dissident. We see that these companies have real trouble controlling their stuff, whether it's ex-employees trying to sell things or targeting love interests with it. It's bad. But there's something else. Anybody here remember WannaCry, right? Sophisticated US government tools made their way to bad actors, very bad ransomware, a lot of infections. Well, time and time again, we find exploit code first used by the mercenary spyware industry showing up used by Russian governmental hackers. This was some great work by Google. Happened a couple times, enough for it to be clear that it's not an accident. Now, there are a couple of reasons why that could have happened. Maybe the code got leaked, which would be very bad, or they were doing business with the same exploit developers that are somehow selling to the Russian government, which is also very bad. But either way, this stuff is coming to you. Let me tell you what keeps me awake at night, though. The first is that mercenary spyware keeps changing. The footprint is getting smaller. A lot of the things that it takes to infect a device are kind of noisy. Of course, there's a cat and mouse game with researchers like us to hide from it. But in the long run, we think these companies, Paragon being an example, are getting smaller. What really scares me, though, is that these companies are angling to get into every democracy they can think of. If they have their way, they will be part of daily policing. And in governments that take a dim view in democracies towards real freedom and real freedom of speech, this is going to be used, again, towards those who express their conscience. But the real elephant in this room is that nothing is static. And a lot of governments around the world are thinking about artificial intelligence. Now, I'm deeply concerned about the fact that Saudi and other autocrats are really jonesing to be the places that parse a lot of our data and gain a deep understanding of human behavior. This freaks me out. This is not the problem I'm going to talk to you about, although we should be thinking about that one. What freaks me out is this shit. We've got a very interesting transformation happening, which is that people are thinking about AI and wanting to bring AI to users. They think, okay, let's come up with on-device AI processing. Let's do private clouds. Now, this is a cool idea, right? It's more privacy-preserving. It means that you may have some more control of your data. But it means something else. It means that you've got effective agents sitting on your devices, sitting in places that can't easily be looked at for bad things by, say, big platforms, that can be instructed to do stuff. So right now, if I want to hack you, say I want to hack your phone, right? I want to record your conversations around you. That's like some hundreds of megabytes of audio, right? I got to take that. I got to exfiltrate it from your device. That's noisy. That's findable. If I can hack your device and I can talk to your on-device AI and say, listen, transcribe everything and just listen for the one keyword that I'm looking for, and then send me that, right? Like it's like a kilobyte. So what I worry about is that the mercenary spyware industry is coming for the AI agents that we are all integrating into our lives, both the public ones and the private ones. And when that happens, this shit is unstoppable. As you're walking out of here, I want you to get thinking about this problem. I want you to get in touch if you, because of who you are, what you do, think that you may be targeted. And I want you to get checked. We're doing it here. If you are a designer, I want you to design for device compromise. I want you to anticipate key theft. I want you to focus on ephemerality so that the impact is not too terrible if a device does get hacked. I want you to come up with robust recovery mechanisms, and I want you to watch crash logs, because those are the things, time and time again, that find the ephemeral stuff. There is a bonus, and I'm going to end on this. If you have an iPhone, you should turn on lockdown mode. For years, we have seen it successfully blocking mercenary spyware attacks. Very cool. And Google has just announced that in Android 16, sorry, Google, there will be something called advanced protection mode, which has some similar features to lockdown mode. This is an empirically designed mode that makes you harder and more expensive to hack. We recommend it to everyone. Oh, and please get checked. And on that note, I'd just like to acknowledge the many targets that come forward over the years. We thank our security to them. Show of hands if you have an iPhone. Show of hands if you have an Android. Two hands up. Okay, keep them all up. Okay, Windows computer. Your devices have received updates thanks to vigilant members of civil society who've gone checked. Thank you very much.
Hello? Oh, there we go. There's my mic. All right, y'all. Absolutely packed house. I feel like a sardine back there. If you have a seat, you're lucky. Don't give it up without thinking about how hard it's going to be to get it back. If you're in the front and you want a chance to try to get a seat, this is your moment. Do it right now. And I want to just say you cannot sit inside the corridor. We have to keep that clean. So do not sit there. I know it's packed, but I appreciate y'all trying to work with us. This is a very popular track. Next up, I want to introduce Alp Toker, the CEO of NetBlocks. He is finding out when governments and authoritarian regimes are taking down internet access for activists. The reality is that we all depend on the internet and digital communications, and when that gets taken down, we're put in a compromised situation, especially those who are trying to resist. So it's really important, the type of work he's doing. So Alp, I want to let you on stage. Give a big round of applause for Alp.
So as Alex mentioned in the intro, all these tech efforts are completely connected to the digital rights violations that people face around the world. Now, internet shutdowns are a pretty bad one in the big picture because they silence an entire nation. A government can control the public opinion, and they can also control international opinions. They can really silence the kind of activism that people are trying to do. And the stories that we hear about at OFF, for example, this week, several of them have been silenced, or there have been attempts to silence them by shutting off the internet. So NetBlocks is my organization. We track internet freedom around the world using telemetry and data. The goal is to see when governments shut off the internet and report it and really make noise so that it can stop happening. This takes a lot of measurement and it takes a lot of tech that we develop, but it's also investigative journalism to validate incidents and find out why it's happening and doing policy work to try to get that fixed. We've tracked 3,000 internet shutdown incidents since 2017, and each one of those has been published and it's also been seen around the world. If that hadn't happened, then those stories would not have been told, and some of those may not have come to light. Those incidents, they may not have been the measures that need to happen. So the internet is increasingly weaponized. I think JSL was just going through some of the ways this is happening with technology, and there's AI, which is only finding new ways to do that. So this is a real problem when it comes to the proliferation of government's abilities to shut off, both at nation scale and locally, your connectivity. We've been tracking this using various measurement techniques, both basically measuring the whole internet and scanning it, and then seeing the deltas. So you're looking for differences in connectivity, and then you say, oh, look, that country's gone off, and then you try to find out why. Is it censorship? Is it maybe a non-censorship incident? And that's how you then get that information out. And then journalists need that verification to be able to report about these stories. Even if they have a good lead, but they don't have the telemetry and the data sets, then often these incidents go uncovered. And when the shutdown goes uncovered, the incident that's being covered up also doesn't get covered. So you're actually looking at very serious human rights violations. I'm going to touch on a couple of them, which are no longer reported. For example, Kazakhstan is an interesting case. It's one of the countries where people are rising up. They want to have their voices heard. But it's incidents like these where we can see the systematic shutting off of connectivity and then saying that, hey, this is happening, let's us do something about it. And in particular, you find that there are also impacts on things like, say, Bitcoin. During that incident, the global value of Bitcoin actually dropped 10%, and the hash rate dropped by 14%. So this has an impact on people's ability to conduct transactions beyond that country itself, because it breaks the international system and it breaks people's ability to connect. Because you don't, okay, that's great, you've decentralized everything, but you still need to connect to that central blockchain, for example, to transact. So it's also harming communities' ability to have that independent financial freedom that they need. In other cases, we've seen elections, mass-scale election fraud, where governments just switch off the internet while they steal votes. Belarus is an example of that, which I think was very striking. And we tracked, obviously, the main election period when the internet was shut down, but we also tracked the government switching off the internet week after week for over a year after these elections. So really, just to prevent people getting out there talking about the freedoms that they've lost. And that has serious impacts. And if you don't track these and report on the shutdowns, then you're letting them win. The other incident was Venezuela. Well, I say incident, but there were over 300 separate reports that we did. So it became almost like a pattern that the government has used to silence all types of any types of activism happening online. In this case, partial internet shutdowns. So they're not necessarily the whole internet, but they will target social media platforms, social platforms, and also the publishing platforms that activists use. So we also track that. And it's got to the point where sometimes they don't want to do it because we make enough noise that it's got that Streisand effect. So it's actually worse for them if they shut it off as compared to just keeping it on, which is mission done. And we also have Iran, which was another major shutdown, where the internet shutdown was used to cover up mass killings, and that's the kind of thing we want to end. So yeah, also it's quite useful for tracking storms and other incidents which can impact human rights tangentially. So yeah, you can catch me here later if you want.
Hi everyone. So yeah, today I didn't know it would be this big. I thought that was for the biggest stage, so I didn't expect this welcome, and thank you very much for that. My name is Agatha, as you saw here. I spoke at the main stage last year. Today I came limping because one of the arrests and intimidation they showed here, I experienced that just a week ago. And I don't think I'll tell you about it now, but I'll tell you a few things about it as we go through this presentation. So here my job today is to talk about how the dictators have, become as innovative as we've become, and used the very tools we thought were not very controlled by them, that had given us freedoms that we didn't get from the conventional media, and now we are struggling on how to keep up the work we do. So mainly about censorship. So you have governments that before had controlled media, because that's what every authoritarian regime wants to do. Not just media, but the flow of information in the public. And they like it when the public is uninformed, is not able to express itself. So they had media that they had controlled for such a long time. And I will be speaking with specific examples from Uganda, but they are not limited to Uganda. So in Uganda, for example, politicians own media houses. So you have state-owned, but you then have those that are owned by members of parliament of the ruling party. So they will decide who speaks on that stage and who doesn't. So many times opposition leaders have been stopped from speaking at radios. Now, social media came, and it was at first, it looked like we are finally free. We can speak, we can share information, we can listen to one another. We had not known that the dictators were also innovating. In Uganda, and like in every other country where you have authoritarian regimes, it started with laws. We call it lawfare. We have been subjected to so many laws. They will bring a law in an anti-terrorism act, but a law that will censor journalists. So we have that. We have, recently there was a law called the Computer Misuse Amendment Act. It was first passed in 2015. A good friend of mine challenged some of the provisions that were declared unconstitutional. But in 2022, it was amended. And among other things, there was crimes like disturbing the peace of the president, speaking ill of the first family, hate speech that no one defines, so it leaves it at the discretion of anyone to decide or define hate speech. That you see on the screen is one of the many cases of young Ugandans that are in jail for using TikTok to say the government, the politicians are stealing our money. And one of the cases, as you saw, is malicious information against the president. What is that? Who decides what malicious information against the president or his family is? But the organization I work with at Agora has been profiling those cases, and I think we have about 26 cases of young Ugandans, some sentenced to 15 years in prison for using TikTok to call out the government. But the same government does not call out the commander of defense forces, who is also the president's son, who has used social media every day to say he's going to behead opposition people, or to say that he is having a bodyguard of one of the opposition figures in his basement torturing him, and showed pictures of him being tortured and his hair and beard shaved. So yeah, those have got people on tenterhooks. People fear now to write on social media because it's criminal now to use social media. We went to court to petition as one of the petitioners that law should be nullified. 3 years later, we have never even been heard by any court. You have the UCC, which is the Uganda Communications Commission Act, that has gone on and revoked licenses. It has revoked licenses. It has shut down some news sites, websites. Facebook in Uganda is not accessible for how many years now? Since 2021. Those are 4 years. And other sites face the same as we go towards another cycle of elections, which is next year. So I started with media control. This is with ownership, that the ownership, 80% of the media in Uganda is owned by the government and their people. But it's also in advertising and in the threat of recalling licenses of those that has made it impossible for people that do not agree with the government in power to have any platform to express their views. But we have a constitution that guarantees freedom of expression and many others, but it is just a piece of paper. And the President Museveni has said that before and laughed at people who think a piece of paper, a ballot paper, would get him out of power. You have intimidation and violence. And I think that's why I will speak about what happened to me last week. So every day you get threats, your family gets threats, and journalists in that country have been arrested so many times, have been beaten so many times. In just March this year, there was a by-election in the capital city in Kampala, which is an opposition stronghold, by the National Unity Platform now, headed by Bobby Wine, also his real name is Robert Chagulanyi. Journalists were being targeted and beaten. So in other areas where a press jacket saves you, this time it was the reason you are, looked for and beaten by batons. Some of them were missing for a while. They came back limping like I am or worse. So, and that's what has happened for so many years, especially election period. In 2021, during the elections, every journalist that was covering the opposition came out beaten. One of them, called Ashraf Kasiri, was hit with a rubber bullet in the head and had to go through so many surgeries to survive that. And that violence and intimidation is what I faced the other day in Tanzania. It was so ironical that where I expected that to happen, I had, lived nightmares. I knew that the day will come when I will be kidnapped and tortured, because others are all the time. It happened as expected, except it happened in an area I didn't expect it. I had visited Tanzania. I used to think we are the worst in Uganda, but visitors in Uganda are given first-class treatment. It's us, the citizens, that are second-class citizens. Every visitor, I don't think you'll ever hear anyone who has come from Uganda and they say they have been harassed or anything. If you are a foreigner, you are a king. So in Tanzania, I was picked up from my hotel, also because of my work. I had attended a court hearing of the opposition leader, and I had been giving updates on X about what was happening. So my colleague from Kenya was picked first. They came for me and we were detained at the immigration office, later at police for so many hours. And what followed was we were blindfolded and taken to a torture chamber. And we were beaten so bad. And we were dehumanized and sexually assaulted. And were missing for days. 4 days, my family didn't know where I was, and I honestly didn't think I'd get out of that alive. And that's deliberate, to silence you, to threaten you, to stop you from doing your work. At the end of all that, I was threatened. Some of the dehumanizing acts were filmed, or at least that's what they said. I don't know if they were actually filming. And I was threatened as being let go, that if I ever said anything about what happened, they told me what happens in Tanzania stays in Tanzania. And so the threat was that, one, they would release videos of where they were dehumanizing us and sodomizing us, and they were right. It has worked on other people. sexual assault is characterized by shame. People don't want to talk about it. It's characterized by stigma. And it has worked. No one wants to come and say, I was raped. No man wants to come and say there was another man shoving whatever object in my ass. But I said, these haven't met me. I am not the one who should be ashamed. Yeah. Thank you. If you who is committing heinous acts isn't ashamed, why should I be ashamed? I, the victim, why should I be silenced? And but also, maybe that threat would have worked before you did the worst to me. But you already have done your worst. You might as well kill me. And in my heart, I thought, if these guys didn't want this to go out, they should have killed me. But they missed that chance, and it will be everywhere that I can possibly take it. So arrests of journalists and intimidation and violence, you can see the statistics. It happens everywhere. I met an Indian journalist who ran away from India who told me that journalism and activism now are treason, either terrorism or treason, one of those crimes. So you are charged with that. And India mostly is the leading in that. There's Russia. So these other countries are learning from that. And the world is not doing enough. It's not doing enough to stop India, to stop Palestine, to stop Russia. And for Uganda and other countries around that neighborhood, those are the idols. If they can get away with it, we can get away with it. Yeah, so I also talked about blocking sites. That one, there's no need to say more about it. It has become the go-to of authoritarian regimes. Like I said, Facebook is still blocked in Uganda. I think the next will be Twitter or X, because that's where many Ugandans are now speaking up from. And the next will probably be TikTok. But I think what is connected to this, maybe that point comes later, but it is connected here. When the blocking of sites doesn't work, they shut down the internet. They did that in 2016 in Uganda, especially during elections, because they are rigging elections, they are meting out violence on people they do not want the world to know. And they no longer control all the means of communication, so they are going to shut down what they can't control. So the internet shutdowns have become so common and a go-to tool of... So then you have surveillance. And I don't have even to say more. John just spoke about it here very well. We face that in Uganda all the time. There is a time my phone number was in a report of Parliament claiming, but also talking about my social media accounts because I had written about corruption in Parliament. You have all of us activists and journalists every day thinking our phones are hacked. Of course, the Pegasus is there as well. And recently, one of the journalists was talking about it. There's Huawei, the Chinese company that they use to know our locations. And I no longer hide because you cannot hide from the state. It has all the resources to find you. So I be in plain sight there, and I say, whatever comes, I haven't committed any crime. It is work I know that I will die for at some point, and it is work I know that even if you don't do it, you will die. I tell people dysfunctionality kills you whether you speak up or not. It kills you by going to a hospital and there's no medicine. It recently killed about 200 people in Uganda that were buried by rubbish. Have you ever heard of a garbage slide? So a landfill of garbage kept piling up, and corruption, because of corruption, no one was doing anything about it. And one day, it fell on over 100 houses, and it killed over 200 people. So I would rather die speaking up and criticizing them and giving them sleepless nights. When I started journalism, I was told by my editor that the work of a journalist is to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. And that's what I do on a daily basis. Propaganda and disinformation. So every day there's something about me on social media. At first it was how I am a slut, how I sleep around. And every day I asked, so how is that a problem? Unless you have brought underage boys that I have slept with, the rest, it's background noise. I cannot be talking about your criminality and you're talking about the men I sleep with. So there's a time after my work of exposing corruption in Parliament, the American government and the British government sanctioned the politicians we named. And I was reporting about it and saying these politicians and their spouses have been sanctioned. And one of those bot accounts, the regime apologists, wrote and said, but you slut, what if it were you? How many of these would they have sanctioned? There are so many names, some I had never seen. And you see, I responded and said, you see, that's the difference. I cannot be in their shoes because I am not a thief. So all my men are safe. And everyone and everyone laughed. But I took away that power from them. And when you do that, tomorrow they will bring something else. So recently when I was kidnapped and taken through here in Tanzania, they were saying that nothing happened to me, but I am looking for money. I do commercial activism. I want money. And I think that hurt because I was going through a lot. And because, anyway, people project what they do onto others, and I didn't mind it a lot. But so that's what we face on a daily basis. You're accused of being an agent of imperialists, and some people believe that. And when I was in Tanzania, I think one of the reasons I was beaten a lot was the authorities were going through my passport and were getting angry that I have so many visas in my passport. Can you imagine that? They said, where are you always going? Where do you make your money? How do you travel to all these places? And from that was born a narrative that I was sent by imperialists to Tanzania. And it's very incredible. Like in Uganda, a regime of 40 years has depended on Western aid. Over 50% of our budget in that country is funded by the same imperialists, But for them, they are not agents of imperialists. It's us who are calling out what they are doing that are agents of imperialists. I'm going to close by saying this is what impact it has on democracy. People will fear expression of ideas is a really, really great pillar to democracy. I am here to say that we need to stand up higher, taller than we've been. And I've told you people before that were at the tech dinner the other day that I came here with my wounds and scars to say that it is more urgent now for us to work at making the world a better place, for us to do more than what we've been doing. And I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Agatha, for coming here to speak with us today. If you haven't seen me before, I'm Ayelan from the Financial Freedom team and your co-host for the day. And what you may have noticed is that the first 3 presentations have been really teaching us about how dictators use technology to surveil and oppress. So now we're going to go into the part of the track where we learn about what those freedom tech tools are. But before that, we're going to have Aminti Uttarwar, founder and CEO of Way, talk to us about the challenges that open source developers are facing today. Please welcome her to the stage.
Hi, everyone. It is so humbling to share a stage with such an inspiring human, and just a little bit overwhelming, but to have to follow that, but I'll do my best. So my story starts with a year ago. I attended my first Oslo Freedom Forum, and the 6 years prior, I had been contributing as a protocol developer to Bitcoin Core. I had a crazy experience here, and I walked out kind of dazed going, I guess I'm starting a nonprofit. And so it's wild to be back here a year later and tell you about Way, this nonprofit that has a name and what we're up to. So first a question, who here has wondered if you're at risk of burning out? Yeah, it seems to be a lot of us, and we've been inspecting that question of why. And what we see is that it comes down to how much you care. When you care about what you're working on, it's hard to close your screen at the end of the night, or let alone turn off your brain. And this is a beautiful thing to care so much, but it can be a double-edged sword. And it's really important to understand because if you really burn out, that means that your story ends. And in the open source space, we're seeing more and more stories of people's story ending, of influential maintainers and project contributors stepping back, of projects that are shutting down because they can't keep going. So it's becoming this directly. Dan Siegel had an amazing talk on burnout on the main stage that if you didn't see, I highly recommend. But today we're going to go in a more playful visual metaphor direction. So this is Blue. Blue works on censorship-resistant money. Blue believes that anybody, anywhere should be able to transact freely at any time. This vision is represented by this moon that Blue is moving towards. However, Blue's been having kind of a hard time. Every day, the idea of free money is feeling more distant. So what do? Well, first we start by identifying and understanding the problem, which we represent with these burnout storm clouds. We break down the day-to-day experiences that are challenging, and I like this metaphor of the storm clouds because it's this cold, rainy thing, no one wants to be out in the rain alone. But also, the clouds obfuscate the vision of the moon. And then we visit them one by one, and we reshape these challenges into clear, tangible, day-to-day actions that can provide ground under Blue's feet to create a mountain that he can run up to grab that moon. Way believes that you have to take pride in the work that you do in order to maximize the impact that you have in the world. Said another way, if you have internal clarity, that is the best way to create external, profound ripples in the world around. So hopefully you're with me. We have this ambition, and sometimes it can be kind of unruly. And we want to turn it into clear day-to-day actions. So how do we do that? Well, that's the point of Way. And it looks different for every single person. We've seen so many stories of people transforming their vision into impact, and I wish I had time to tell you about many of them. But we've seen stories of people who were questioning if they can continue in the space, and after refocusing, were able to actually level up their contributions. And so we wanted to go bigger. Some of you saw a sneak peek of this presentation a few months ago, and we told you of how we wanted to scale from supporting individuals to supporting groups, which includes doing research to study what the life of open source contributors are like, developing group coaching protocols, developing tools that you can help yourself to on our website right now. And that was the punchline. It's that it's happening. It's so cool that in the past few months, we've gotten so much engagement. We've had 118 badass freedom tech builders participate in a Way initiative. 68 of them are coming back for monthly engagement to try to maximize the impact of the work they're doing, and they're coming from 32 different countries. It's been so humbling and inspiring and exciting to get to support each one of those people in helping unleash their inner badass fully. If you're interested in learning more, www.way.dev, and you can sign up for our mailing list. But this is really important, and right now our #1 focus is fundraising. The community engagement we've gotten and the people we've gotten to support is incredible, and now we need to practice what we preach and pour in a sustainable foundation for us to keep supporting this community. Because if we really believe in what we're doing, we're building the open source toolboxes that powers the activists to focus on their frontline fight. And we need to be thinking not in terms of months or in years, but in terms of lifetime. Thank you.
So thank you all for coming out. I want to give us some context of where we've come from and where we're going, why we're working on Nostr and why we need to build these things. But I also want to give a little bit of a personal history of how I got here and some of the history of how we created Twitter, because people don't realize that it itself was a political and activist project as much as it was a Silicon Valley startup. So to tell a little bit about my own roots as an activist, I grew up in Northern California. I was around a bunch of people and involved with Earth First, which is a nonviolent direct action movement, doing tree sits and trying to protect the redwoods. And through that work, I saw the need for community organizing, and I saw the need for work on building it, and I looked at how we could use technology for social change. And I've always been inspired by activists around the world. You know, one of the things people don't realize is that we actually had in the Odeo office when we created Twitter, posters of human rights activists on the walls. There was a poster of Ken Saro-Wiwa on the wall above our desks when we created Twitter, and it was something that we remembered. It was something that was important. It wasn't an accident that people used Twitter for social change, for activism. It wasn't an accident that it was so powerful. But to understand where Twitter came from and then what we're doing now with Nostr, you have to go back and you have to look at what came before it. And in the late 1990s, I helped start a movement called Indie Media. And our idea was that we would create the ability for people to publish photo, video, text, set up community radio stations around the world. And it started in Seattle in 1999. And then we set up a local center in 180 cities all over the world. And this prefigures the emergence of social media. This says that we can build tools where we can use the internet, but where people who are concerned about it can tell their own stories. And one of the first projects we built on that was we had this experiment. We said, what can we do with text messages? How do we use text messages for social change? So we built this prototype called TextMob, where groups of activists could get together and text message updates of what's going on in other places. And so this was 2004 at the time. And in the place that got most used, the Republican National Convention protests in New York in 2004, thousands of people were able to send and receive text messages to know what was going on in the protest. And that model, that thing that we were playing with, it was super clunky. It was very much hacked together. But what happened was when Odeo, the company that was going to be Twitter, ended up having difficulty advancing a business as a podcasting business, we went to look for other models. And we looked at the activist models that we had been doing outside of work. And we looked at TextMob. And we said, what if we made this model for direct bottom-up communication something that had more support? What if we put a company behind it? What if we made it easy to use? What if we made it so that instead of just a few activists using it that could then get shut down by the police, we had a whole company and the whole world used it. And people could use it for activism and they can use it for whatever else. And so that's where a lot of the original ideas from Twitter comes from. But there were some major problems in what we had created, which is we were building it within the structure of a company, and we ended up having massive contradictions between the needs of the company and the needs of the users, the needs of society. And so by building and launching it within the structure of a company, we were able to get the resources we needed to build it, but we weren't able to build the kind of freedom technology that's permissionless and open because there was a legal entity you can go after. And so people used it. Activists used it. It was incredibly powerful for changing the world and giving everyone a voice. But it also meant that Twitter, the company, as much as it fought for human rights and for free speech rights, was forced eventually to comply with government orders. And long term, it also meant that it was owned by investors on the stock market, which means there were many, many attempts to take it over with private equity. And so when that happens, we lose the common space. And these sort of moments of control are points where we had to go back to the Twitter trust and safety people and say, please unblock this account and please fix this thing. And we were asking permission and we got lots of help, but it isn't the world you want to list it into. You don't want to rely on a corporation doing the right thing because the people running it can change. And that led to us being victims of government-controlled blackouts. It meant that Twitter was a thing you could shut down. And that isn't something we wanted. We wanted it to work like email. We wanted it to work like the web. We wanted it to work like things like Tor that are fundamentally censorship resistant. And so when we have that happen, we realized that we needed to build something new. We needed to build something different. And not just the censorship, but people lose their money. They lose their accounts. The number of times in activist groups where we've had PayPal accounts frozen or deleted, or we had GoFundMe accounts frozen, or we had credit card processing turned off. This happens all the time because they know that they can kneecap movements around it. And so we need tools for organizing that both let me communicate on a grassroots level, but also give you that independence. And we need to build a system that doesn't have a single point of failure. Doesn't have these places where someone is in a corporate C-suite who can make that decision. And even if they are the best ally you can imagine, they're going to be vulnerable because they have priorities. So what do we do with this? How do we escape this sort of corporate decision making? And the answer is we don't build these important infrastructures as corporations. There's spaces for corporations to exist on the platform, but it needs to exist separate from that. It needs to exist like the internet and the web. Because asking permission for these systems creates vulnerability. The moment you need to ask for permission to speak, the moment you need to ask for permission to spend money, the moment you need to ask for permission to connect with others, to organize, it means that people with state power are able to come in and control things. And so we built Nostr. We built an alternative. And we didn't just build Nostr. We built lots and lots of alternatives and lots of protocols, and it took like a decade of trying things and seeing what succeeded and failed. But Nostr is sort of the biggest hope right now, and it's nascent. It's difficult to use, and it's something we are building together. But there's no company at the center of it. There's no one to own it. And there's no one to ask for permission to how to do it. And so you can control your accounts and you have fundamental rights on this. And that's the most important thing, because if we build a system of social change without those rights, we are never going to be able to change the systems of power in society. So how does it work? It's one protocol with many apps. Everything you think of, you can do in Facebook. Everything you think of as Web 2.0, everything you can think of social media can exist within Nostr. And you can use your identity, your keys, your accounts, and you can move between them. And each person gets to choose which apps they want to use and how they want to do them. No company controls the network. There is no Nostr Corporation. There is no Nostr Foundation. There is no single point of systems about it. And so you can use this system how you want, and I don't have a say over it, and you don't have a say over me. Then it doesn't mean that I can't implement a system of trust and safety for my part of the network or for my relay servers. It's that we don't have to agree on those systems, and we can have an autonomous system where the rules when you speak Swahili can be different than the rules you speak in Te Reo Maori in New Zealand. Like, those two communities can set up their own rules and their own systems, and if you're in one of those languages or cultures and you want to split it off, you can. It gives you the power. You can communicate without permission. This is so important. Like, this is what gives us the power to build alternative political and power structures that aren't vulnerable to control. And it's all connected through a protocol. A protocol like email and the web, these are things that we know they work. And somehow with the advent of Web 2.0, we went from an internet based on protocol to an internet based on centralized control and centralized systems and a centralized database. And we lost our power. So there's, I encourage you to take a look at Nostr. There's all sorts of social applications. Some of them are really well built. Some of them are very much for hackers, but everything you think of, you can do. One of the things we built last week was a new social app called Chorus, which was announced here. And the idea behind that is it is a Reddit-style community app, but that the groups themselves have a wallet. And so we are combining the community aspect with the crowdfunding aspect of it. And it has a wallet that is completely, completely non-custodial, completely controlled by you, and so someone else can't take your money away. And we built that with Cashew, which is a Ecash system that syncs via Lightning. And we like it because it lets every community on the system set up and run their own bank. When we build these things and how we build them, it's really important to realize that it's about empowering users, empowering individual users, empowering communities of users, so that they can make their own decisions about their lives. And so that we're no longer dependent on a few billionaire CEOs deciding things for everybody. And, I say that's ironically because, Jack Dorsey is involved in this project and he's funding it, but he's never taken a bit of equity. He's never issued a bit of control about this. The funding that we're doing, the funding we're putting into this is about building an autonomous system that doesn't ask us or anyone else to put in control. We're trying to build a system that doesn't have any kings and presidents. The internet, with its IETF, was built on a series of protocols. And IETF, the Internet Intermediary Task Force, has a motto, which is we reject kings, presidents, and voting. We believe in rough consensus and running code. That is what got us the internet today. That is what has got us these freedoms. And so what we're building going forward is on top of that, consistent with that, not an internet of a few small monopolies. And in doing this work, I am launching a campaign for social media rights. And I'm doing it because so much of the time people just talk about your data and your privacy, your data and your privacy. And I think there's so much more important stuff out there that we need to think about. You know, privacy, security, yep, that's super important. But ownership is important too. Do you own your data? Do you own your social relationships? Do you own your identity? Can someone take your name away from you? Because that happens all the time. Do you own the right to communicate what you want to communicate so that there's no one restricting you putting a link in your own text? Is it interoperable? Can you interoperate between things? Can you leave between systems? Or is it a system that's locked down? Do users get algorithmic transparency and control? Do they get a say over what they're building? And most importantly, is there self-governance of your own spaces? Can you decide the rules for what behavior and speech and actions make sense in your communities online? Because so much of the world we have today with social media are a set of opaque rules created by a single person dealing with very complicated problems that they can't make sense of the context. And that's not the democratic future I want. And so I'm pushing forward and I'm advocating for this, and I want everybody to consider, regardless of whether or not you use Nostr, that every system you use considers what these basic rights are and how we can demand them. And we should be demanding them of open source things, we should be demanding of the platforms, but we can also demand them of the internet platforms that claim to be the good guys. We can demand them of Substack. We can demand them of Medium. We can demand them of Reddit. Like, there are corporations that we should work together with. And so I'm going to wrap this up, which is we can build a better world, and we can do it together. In the 1990s, when I said, I want to use technology to help activism, I want to use technology to change the world, I looked at a world where the only voice you had was on CNN. And what you could get a journalist at the New York Times to cover. And if you didn't get on CNN, if you didn't get in the New York Times, you did not exist. But we went and we built the tools, we built the platforms, we built a new world which is radically democratic. And it's not perfect, but we're all here. I went on CNN a couple weeks ago for a documentary film on the history of Twitter, Breaking the Bird. And it had no impact in the world. We had slayed CNN. No one saw that live interview in prime time on CNN because everybody is looking on and using the things we built. We can do that again, and I encourage you to take a look at what you're doing and build it together with me. Thank you very much.
Check. All right, we're live. All right, y'all. I have the pleasure to introduce my good friend Ben Sessions back onto the stage. Last year, I got to introduce him, and I dropped a little bit of personal history. He is the person who taught me how to use a Bitcoin hardware wallet for the very first time. And he's taught hundreds, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people how to do it as well. So, Ben, come up here and teach us how to use Nostr.
All right. Hello, everyone. My presentation, once again today, comes with homework. So get your phones out because you're going to be downloading some stuff and learning a little bit. So today we are chatting Nostr 101. We just heard a compelling case for why to use Nostr, but how the hell do you do it? I'm sure many of you are wondering. So I'm going to recommend just a starting point for you guys, an application that can easily get you started. I want you to go onto your app store right now, and you're going to download Primal. So you can search Primal, Nostr. It should pop up. It looks something like this. Why might this be a good first step for you to check out for Nostr? Well, it is a very familiar kind of Twitter-like feed experience. You can create a profile in seconds. It has a built-in Bitcoin wallet because it's not just social, it is monetary as well. It's mobile-friendly. You can also use it on a computer in your regular browser, and you can curate your feeds by topic and follow specific things. It is a great first experience. It's available on iPhone and Android. Now, important to know about Nostr. It is not like your typical social app. You're not logging in with an email and a password. You can't be banned or removed from it. Instead of having a login credential, you have a key to your digital identity. You can have as many keys as you want. You can have multiple different digital identities if you please, but it looks something like this. You have a public key. This is where people can find you and know where you are. It can look a little complicated sometimes. Other times, it can be very accessible and easy to find. Follow me. But you also have a private key. What does the private key do? This is hidden because that is the credential that allows me to post as me. I have the control to post something, and people can prove that it was me or the person that holds my key that said it and did it. So instead of logins, public keys, private keys, or NPubs and NSECs, S-E-C. On Nostr, you can easily post, you can follow friends and interesting people and topics and feeds, and you can get Bitcoin tips or zaps, as they're known, on what you post. You can also zap other people. Here's an example. Ross Ulbricht, when he first, he's now on Nostr, and here, decentralization equals freedom. Some examples of types of content. It's not just a Twitter-like feed. You can do a lot of things with Nostr, and here's the Financial Freedom Report over on, yes, let's give a round of applause for the Financial Freedom Report. And so you can post long-form content. You can view it easily in Primal. You can have lots of different things here. Again, other social mediums, they can censor ban users. How many people have had posts taken down or censored or prevented from being shared? How many people have had issues with social media, lost an account? I see hands going up. And if you are an activist, I'm sure you're no stranger to that. You can not only have your censorship-resistant posts and content going up, but you can also fundraise directly in the same applications in which you do this. Just as an example, I wanted to let people on Nostr know that this was going to take place. And I said, come, zap me like you mean it. I'm going to be doing a presentation in Oslo telling people about Nostr. And just to prove how censorship-resistant this is, I couldn't even fix my typo in there, if you can spot it. I can't take it down. So anyways, that is forever. But this was when I first put it up a few days ago. And since then, 200, I just checked before I came up, 213 people sent me varying amounts of Bitcoin into the built-in Bitcoin wallet, which, of course, are then being donated to the HRF. This doesn't just apply to Primal. If you create your profile on Primal, those same keys can be used to migrate to lots of different types of applications that allow you to post, blog, stream, podcast, chat, hire, and plenty more. These are just a handful of apps. Amethyst is awesome. We have lots of different ways to do things and to stream. And I encourage you all, I'll get it out of the way here, everybody please do scan this QR code. This will take you to a step-by-step tutorial so that you can set up and use Nostr today. That's my time. Thank you, guys.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Did you know that drone wars are being fought across Latin America to protect some of the world's last pristine ecosystems? Or that the world's deadliest war continues in Congo, having killed 6 million people? I'm an Indian journalist, and I cover forgotten wars. From Congo to Cambodia, I report on global crises that don't make it to our front pages. Many major stories affecting millions of people don't reach us. A few months ago, I was at an HRF conference in Nashville, speaking about my new project. I've launched the Stringer Foundation to scale up courageous journalism and nurture the next generation of brave reporters. We've identified more than 200 journalists working in isolation and under attack from authoritarian governments, corporate lawyers, and organized crime. We recognize them with a new Nobel-style journalism prize and support them financially with mental health resources, community, and a media platform. Right after I speak, this guy in the room comes running after me and starts talking to me about Nostr and censorship resistance.
I'm Pablo. I'm the guy that ran after Anshan, yelling about Nostr all frantically. He actually, I think it came in too strong. I grew up with the internet. It's just completely dumbfounded and in love with how weird and the possibilities, the idea that you could reach all kinds of cultures. It felt like a magical place. I remember we used to call it browsing, which we kind of don't do anymore. Hinting at the adventure that it represents. In Spanish, we say navegar, to sail, like pirates. But in the past few years, things started going. Okay, the slides are kind of weird. In the past few years, things started going kind of in the wrong way. Things started to become a little bit boring, homogeneous, and kind of predictable. It's kind of like a constant pursuit of instant gratification. TikTok perfected this trend. It's the apex predator. There's no thinking, no friction, no meaning. And all the platforms just jumped in and started just copying it. Instagram copied it, YouTube copied it, Netflix copied it. All platforms just doubling down on the lowest common denominator. Even Substack, which is being adopted by a lot of writers as a safe haven to protect the written word and to protect our attention. Yet, Substack is a platform, so don't kid yourself. They must compete for people's attention in just the same way all other platforms have to do it. They just can't afford not to play dirty. It's kind of interesting because they introduced this feature very recently. The writers that are engaging with the short stories, they see more growth. So now the writers are forced. They don't want to create TikTok-style videos. They are forced to do it. And there is good reason for that. The internet monetizes attention. So all products must capture every disposable moment of attention. A few years ago, a glimpse of hope emerged. Nostr provides the infrastructure for a radically different world. All apps on Nostr interoperate. They don't necessarily compete with each other, but rather by default, they collaborate. Apps don't need to be all things for all users. As my friend Gigi likes to say, it's the resurgence of the corner store. You can just go in, you buy an orange. You don't need like an orange subscription. You don't watch ads. You just go in, buy the orange, and you just leave. It's mind-blowing. On Nostr, we might be able to create a newsroom that doesn't need to headline their articles with, look what we made Taylor Swift do, which is an actual headline from renowned New York Times. They also have to play this game. They don't want to, they have to. Nostr can provide the substrate for a far healthier, non-needy relationship between humans and the internet.
What we want is for critical news stories to not compete with cat videos. You know. Journalism was never designed to win this battle. With my brave colleagues, I've spent 20 years holding power accountable through my journalism. And many of us have paid a price. The Rwandan dictator, whom we heard about earlier, tried to kill me after I published a book criticizing him. NYPD officers showed up to one of my talks armed with guns, saying they'd been tipped off that he would attack me. In London, Scotland Yard put my home telephone on their counter-terrorism hotline so they could rush to protect me. Countless times I've had guns pointed at me or pressed against my head, all because someone didn't want the story to get out. My job is to bear witness and publish what I see. Without witnesses, the perpetrators of violence become far more powerful. The victims of violence become far more vulnerable. But there's an equally effective way to control what gets reported. Algorithms that inherently shape what we say and what we think. We've gone from editors curating our news to algorithms determining what we see. And the stories we pay attention to determine what gets reported and created.
We are literally being programmed. We keep hearing concerns of AI becoming sentient and dominating us. Yet we don't see we have already been domesticated by algorithms. It's literal mind control, one swipe at a time. We intuitively call it the feed. It's interesting, right? We're being fed outrage, disgust, nihilism, and fear. This is not by design. There is no secret cabal plotting to destroy your attention. It's just what works. The current system, the legacy web, has been created with a sole goal, which is for us to maximize our time spent on their platforms. Hooked, this book is the Bible on how to design software for the age of the internet, where everything competes with everything. Companies must create the most addicting product possible. It's an existential threat. You either get your users addicted to your product, or they are someone else's users. That's the way they see it. It's a war for our eyeballs, and our attention is the battlefield. Roughly the way it works is everything gets fed into a single funnel. Cat pictures, porn, investigative journalism, poetry, absolutely everything into a sorting machine. And the most addicting, the least challenging content, whatever will glue us to our screens, is what makes it out. It's the survival of the stickiest. In journalism, especially thought-provoking journalism, challenging stuff, is a massive casualty.
Independent journalism is under attack, and it isn't surviving the age of algorithms, much less the age of AI-generated content. A regular journalistic article now pays about $500 for months of reporting and writing. It isn't enough to cover even the gas bill for one reporting trip. Critical stories are then deprioritized by the algorithm, programming our minds to believe that they're not important. Journalists are also under pressure from editors. Pitches are rejected daily, even from experienced reporters. Stories are killed even after they've been written up. Journalists are burning out. Reporters need news outlets that can't and won't be censored. They want to free the news from authoritarians, algorithms, and vicious financial models. They want to restore trust in the press and diminish the role of gatekeepers. They want to innovate with new media forms that draw audiences in instead of pushing them further away. And they want audiences to engage and get involved in global stories so they find the news has more value for them.
Nostr turns content distribution upside down, where the legacy central plan web is
just putting everything and waiting what's most addicting, and with attention capture as the sole goal. Nostr is more like a chaotic pool of all content types and themes with an emergent order surfacing at the edges. When you follow a set of people, these people are who determine what you see. No hidden black boxes, no for you content that an algorithm determine would make you stay engaged in the platform for longer. Content just surfaces organically based on what the people you follow publish or what they interact with. So for example, if someone publishes an article about the war in Congo and Anjan makes a highlight on the article, because I follow Anjan, that I will see that highlight in my feed, and then I can discover a new author, just organically. There is no single global feed. There is no, because Nostr doesn't try to view the world as this one place where all content has to be equalized and doesn't have to be normalized. There is no flattening of the culture. Journalists can just publish straight to consumer and have their stories reach their audiences organically. Let me repeat that one more time, because that point can't be overly emphasized. It's not the algorithm creating distribution of the story. It's the networks of people, of readers, of writers. It's a world where it's not just speech that becomes disintermediated. It's distribution of speech. It's a far more meritocratic, unbiased, and heterogeneous world for content distribution. In the era of AI, this is even more important. We are running headfirst into a world where absolutely all content will be tailored for each individual. You open Facebook, Twitter, or your Kindle, and you'll now see content that was created for you. Algorithms no longer are restricted by what exists. They can create something that will make you, at this very particular moment, addicted to the screen.
Nostr breaks AI's ability to manipulate audiences because it allows bidirectional flows of information and funding. Where journalists once only produced stories and audiences once only consumed them, now the people and the subjects, and so they can communicate directly with their audiences. And where someone reading a news story might, at best, once donate to a nonprofit that after many bureaucratic hoops might help, now the audience can directly zap funds to people in the news stories. They can directly support the journalists risking their lives to bring us those stories, so those journalists can maybe earn more than $500. In this new world of interactive news, audiences are involved in global stories. Crises don't seem so forgotten and remote because we can now do something about them. Our first priority is to build and stabilize a community of independent journalists by recognizing the best of them and supporting them financially, legally, with mental health resources and shelter. These journalists go into the world as our eyes and our ears, and we need a home that helps us endure the attacks that we face daily. With a community of stringers, independent journalists that is strong and global, together we can take control of our world's stories, and together we can help scale up courageous journalism.
For those old enough to get the reference, like Murphy said, I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it, Neo. We can only point you in the direction of focusing your work, your energy, your time, and money in a place that will work with you, not against you. You will be the one that will have to. That said, if you want to see the doorknob, join us on Nostr. The incumbents have massive network effects. It's upon you, upon the people in this room and the people tuning in, to lead the charge, to align your attention and your energy to rebuild an internet worth having. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. as someone in the content team for the financial freedom team, the Alex Gleason, who's going to talk to us about the challenges and the future of decentralized media. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, hello. Nostr is part of a long history of people trying to create decentralized social media, including many you've never heard of, and some that perhaps you have. Have you heard of ActivityPub, also called Mastodon? Have you heard of @Proto, also called Blue Sky? Or Nostr, also called Nostr? These are the big three, and each of them have their own unique set of strengths and weaknesses. But let's focus on the bigger picture. Wow, those are some big numbers for Blue Sky and the Fediverse. But wait, here's the list of top social media websites, and Blue Sky is there, combined with ActivityPub and Nostr. So after all of these years, why are we still losing? I heard it's because they're funding us too much. Yep. According to Eggman98 in the comments section, if they would just cut funding, the sheer desperation would create an innovation like no other. Or perhaps the reason we're losing is because nobody cares. Perhaps nobody cares. That would certainly explain their behavior when they jump ship from centralized platforms over hot button issues, only to come crawling back once the dust settles. Another reason people say that we're losing is because of our sign-up form, because on Nostr, you have to use private keys. But in my opinion, Facebook's sign-up form has got to be one of the worst in the world today, and yet they're still the top social media website. I think Nostr's sign-up form is actually its superpower, because our biggest competitor is actually not Twitter, it's email. Email, which is supposed to be decentralized, in practice is basically just controlled by Google, because all of these sites here, most people are just signing in with their Gmail account. But that's okay, because Google is good, right? Now you may be wondering, why not just re-decentralize email? Well, the fact is that many have tried, but email is old. Email was created before the World Wide Web, and it was not designed with user freedom in mind. But how will Nostr beat email? With robots. As long as they don't kill us first, we will harness the power of AI to create things on Nostr that people actually find useful. Nostr is perfectly suited for it. By the way, I created bridges between Nostr and the other decentralized protocols, so I know a thing or two about how they work, and I can tell you that they're not going to benefit from AI like we will, because their integrations are hard and ours are easy. In fact, the robots are already doing it. Here's Chorus, a Nostr community website created with AI in 4 days. Here is a Scrabble game created in 1 prompt to AI. Here is a Nostr audio experiment where people can record their voices and be heard all around the world. All of these and more were created with MKStack, an AI-driven template I created for my wife, MK, after I was inspired by her work on Bookster. Here's a site like Bookster, created in 1 prompt to MKStack. The bigger picture is my new project called Stacks. The idea behind Stacks is that developers will create a stack, and then community leaders will use the stack to create custom, brand new community platforms tailored to their community. All you need is to dream it, believe it, and build it. AI is the biggest opportunity that we've had since the internet itself, and it's our biggest chance ever to make people care. All we need is you. Thank you very much.
Check, check. All right, we're back. Next, I want to introduce Peter Yared. He is an OG in this space of publishing things on the web. I'm not going to take too much of his thunder, but he is now building an incredible tool on Nostr, and he's going to share more about it. So, Peter, why don't you come up here?
Hi, thanks everyone for having me here, and thank you to all the Nostr developers for sort of building a platform that we can make it easy for journalists to reach their audience wherever they are. And, the session here is on publish without permission. Basically, people are blocked, and Nostr is an opportunity for journalists and dissidents to reach whoever they need to. Quick background on myself. 10 years ago, I built the publishing systems for CBS. CBS is a large television and publishing system network in the US. And so if you go to CBS News, CBS Sports, that was technology we built, as well as CBS All Access, which became Paramount Plus. So this is video subscriptions. And 25 years ago, actually, it's funny that we were saying log in with Google. We worked on this technology when I was at Sun Microsystems to do single sign-on. And you'll laugh, when we built it, it was supposed to not share your personal information when you logged into places. Of course, it got cannibalized. How did we get here? And let's do a quick history of web publishing. And it was funny that Ravel said CNN, because if you go back to the 90s, and yes, I have gray in my hair, to get a website on the web was challenging. You have to rent a cage, you have to deploy Oracle, program stuff in PHP and HTML, and really only the CNNs of the world, were able to publish content, in a scalable way with images and such. But then we got WordPress, and there was a Cambrian explosion of websites. And what was really cool about it is it was open. It ran also, they called MySQL, which was free, PHP, which was free. WordPress itself was free. It was easy to deploy it. You could rent it at a bunch of different places. And there were so many websites. I'm a technologist, so my favorite at the time was TechCrunch. And there's still many, many websites run on this technology. But then we started to get to centralization. And, Medium was a wonderful website that a lot of people used in the 2010s. And the reason is it had a wonderful creator interface, and it also added email subscriptions. This is where you start to centralize. You're sending email blasts. It's hard to do from your own website. So people like the benefits of easy creation and email distribution, and we went back to a centralized internet, which Ravel was talking about. And it's very unfortunate. And today, in vogue is Substack. Look, they don't censor as much, like they won't chuck you off their site, but it's still very centralized. And what they added is subscriptions. It's very easy to click and start giving the creator money. But this is sort of the vogue of where we are today, and it's all on a proprietary stack out of the United States. And the problem with that is all of the channels now can be easily censored. A website can be censored. An RSS feed can be censored. Email can be censored because they can just fish out your domain, who it's going to. They can stop it. And subscriptions are very easy to censor because it's a payment mechanism. So what can we do about this? It's happening all over the place. And a particular passion of mine is we'll call them every type of country, but, large democracies are censoring more and more. And it's really, really unfortunate. So, as we said, what's great about Nostr is it's censorship resistant. It's a network of relays, and any client can access any relay. It's very, very hard to stop, but it's hard to use, especially for a journalist. It's yet another channel to support, and the problem with that is, you already have to post here and there and everywhere, so it's very, very hard to do, and it does not have paid subscriptions, which is, journalists spend a lot of time, they're hiding, they're writing articles, they need a way of making money beyond just donations. So what we've built is a free but modern publishing system. So it feels like a Substack. It feels like a Medium. It's so easy to get started and to use. And we encourage you to come here, build a free account, or bring your existing Nostr account, and have a familiar interface to start publishing on top of Nostr. And what's interesting about what we did is we made it work with all the previous stuff. So now you can still publish to the web. You can still publish to mobile. You can still do emails. But now you can reach people on Nostr as well. So if you're blocked in these other channels, your users, your readers can still find you. The other thing we've added is better payments. I mean, look, not everyone can just log in with Visa when they're sitting in Africa somewhere, right? It's very, very challenging. And it's very, very easy to block. So what we've added, of course, there's the tips and zaps that are built into Nostr, and this is incredible. Anyone can send you money. Bitcoin Lightning. But what we've added is subscriptions. So you can do paid Nostr DMs to your audience, and they have a way of getting content just like they would with Substack, and also single article paywalls. So somebody can pay you for just that article. Now, this stuff might seem familiar and kind of annoying to us, but journalists need to get paid. They make valuable content. They're risking their lives in a lot of cases, risking a lot, and there should be a way to pay them directly in such a way that they can't be blocked. And, you know, to accentuate what Pablo and Rabel were saying, you know, whether you use our system, any system, you're not blocked. You own your content. You own your users. You own your subscribers. There's really, look, our system makes it really easy, but you can sit there and send a Nostr DM to 50 people if you want, right? Or use a different system to do it. So the point is that you have this freedom of not getting blocked, but still get a professional interface. And with that, I want to leave you with a thought. We made a system that makes it very easy to take your existing content and move it to Nostr, so you can stay on the old stuff, and automatically through RSS and RSS Sync, we can push your content to Nostr, and you can join us in the brave new world. So thank you so much for all your time.
Check, check. Welcome. All right. What a great morning and afternoon so far, huh? I really loved the talks, especially the ones that fuse the people who have met technologists and activists together at the HRF events. I mean, the talk from Pablo and Anjan is a great example of that. And now we're going to get to sit down and bring in someone else who's, you know, probably come from a slightly different world in the past, but is now kind of focused laser beam on exactly what we're thinking about here, which is decentralizing the internet and bringing power back to the hands of the people. So delighted to be here with Tomaika from Project Liberty. I just wanted to start with some basics, just, you know, brief introduction about where you are, where you've come from, and then tell us about, you know, Project Liberty. Like, what is it? Why was it created? And what are you guys trying to do?
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Alex. It's a tremendous privilege to be here with all of you at the Oslo Freedom Forum. Project Liberty is a really unusual organization, and we are working to give people back control over their digital lives. And I think in the context of the Oslo Freedom Forum, this is sadly becoming increasingly relevant. Jack Dorsey last year came to the forum and he talked about the fact that we're spending a lot of time right now focusing on the loss of free speech and not nearly enough time focusing on the loss of free will. And that, at its core, is what we focus on at Project Liberty. It's a big initiative. We have a lot of people engaged in various ways. We have a tech team that builds out foundational protocols and applications that help individuals have control over their data and port that data seamlessly and interoperably across other platforms on the web in a decentralized manner. We have a big policy track that works to pass legislation and works with governments around the world to create the architecture that we need at a policy level to decentralize the internet, re-decentralize the internet. And we also have a big movement effort that includes almost 150 organizations, everyone from universities like MIT, Stanford, and Harvard, down to big organizations like the Aspen Institute, all of whom are working toward these goals together.
It's quite special to have you here because one of the things we hope to do is link you and your resources and networks, which are formidable and all over the place, and very different from, you know, a lot of the resources and networks here together. You know, a lot of the stuff that you've seen, people you've seen, developers you've seen, you know, are probably not, you know, in DC in the seat of power all the time, right? But you have this, I think, rare ability to be in both worlds, where you can be, you know, with the open source developers on the one hand, seeing this radically disruptive technology, and on the other hand, you can be talking to the, you know, the Aspens of the world or the TEDs of the world, or to, you know, people on, you know, on Capitol Hill. How did you get to that position? And, you know, how do you feel like you guys are going to change the world the most, you know, given that unique sort of real estate you occupy?
Well, I've had an unusual journey. I came to Washington and worked for a whole bunch of very famous politicians who all of you know quite well. I won't bias the audience by listing them, but I promise you, you know them. And eventually, ended up leading a team at the State Department that reported directly to the secretary that operated like the DARPA of the State Department. And we worked in about 55 countries all over the world, building out initiatives at the intersection of technology, democracy, and innovation. Probably the best job in DC. I was an incredibly fortunate guy. Ultimately ended up in a big surprise for me, was recruited to a firm called Andreessen Horowitz, which some of you have likely heard of as well, and led global policy for Andreessen Horowitz for a while, and ended up also serving as chair of the Global Blockchain Business Council. I was asked by the founder of Project Liberty, Frank McCourt, to come in and lead the effort because I think he recognized that if we're going to achieve this goal that we're talking about today, decentralizing the internet, it's going to take a lot of different people from a lot of different worlds working together, and that's why a conversation like this is so exciting.
And you're working so closely with Frank. Frank is a very successful business person who, is one of the very few people on earth who has that kind of resources and has put sort of his money where his mouth is and said, hey, I'm going to put a huge chunk of resources behind this issue, this idea. When did he get radicalized? Like, how did he go from where he went, up in Boston and doing everything he's doing to wanting to decentralize the internet? Like, what was the trigger moment for Frank?
So Frank is a truly unique individual. That was exciting. Frank is a truly unique individual. We don't have many people like him. And his family has been building core infrastructure in the United States for about 130 years. They started building roads when Henry Ford... Take this one. We'll swap. There we go. Is that better? They started building roads when Henry Ford started building cars, and ultimately they've been present at just about every new wave of transformational infrastructure since. So they built Logan Airport, the Boston Seaport, fiber optic networks in many cities around the country. And after Frank sold the LA Dodgers, we're going to get very good at this by the end.
Yeah.
After Frank sold the LA Dodgers...
Good? We'll just, okay. Are we good? You get back?
Testing.
No? Okay. Well, you can just
try again. It really doesn't like me for some reason. But after Frank sold the Dodgers, he became very fixated on the infrastructure of the internet and why we weren't getting better outcomes from the infrastructure of the internet. Here you have this amazing new central nervous system for the planet. It should make everything amazing, and yet, sadly, we all recognize today it has not made everything amazing. And so he spent a lot of time with the individuals who created the first generations of the internet. People like Dave Clark and Bob Kahn, who built TCP/IP, Tim Berners-Lee, who built out HTTP. And what they told him, which they're happy to tell anyone, is that we are asking the internet to do a lot of things today that it was never intended to do. And unless and until we fix the disconnect between the way the infrastructure is set up and what we need the internet to actually deliver, we're going to continue to have these problems. And so Frank being Frank, as you said, Alex, he pulled together a bunch of rocket scientists and incredible technologists, and they went to work building foundational protocols that could work alongside the existing foundational protocols that power the internet and give us more control over our information. So if you go back, again, in the 1970s, TCP/IP connected computers for the first time, and that was a big deal. In 1989, HTTP, Tim Berners-Lee, connected data for the first time and created the World Wide Web. DSNP, which is one of the pieces of technology that has come out of Project Liberty, is designed to connect individuals and give you a handle on the internet that you can move seamlessly across platforms. You can move your data across platforms. And we think especially as you start to bring together legal code and technical code, which is something we spend a lot of time on, we can get to a place where we're going to have an internet that is better aligned with our core values as people who care about human rights, people who care about freedom.
What is your take on some of the social impacts, first, second order, third order, that will happen, that will occur if we are successful in getting back closer to the roots of the original idea, animating spirit of the internet, of peer-to-peer communications, people owning their own data. Some of the technologists here are so driven by this. I mean, whether they're working on Bitcoin to give people private property and being their own bank, or whether they're working on, these kind of protocols to give people ownership over their identity and sovereignty over what they see on their feed. At Project Liberty, how do you, and you personally, how do you kind of see the future here if we're successful here? Like, are you bullish? Are you bearish? And what can you tell us about, what might be coming down the road?
I look for historical paradigms when I try to tackle questions of this sort. And the best paradigm that I can put forward, Alex, is the transition from feudalism into the Renaissance. And what you had in a feudal world is a society that unfortunately operates a lot like we do today. 500 years ago this morning, my 17th great-grandfather, who was a guy named Hugh Broster, woke up in Cheshire, England, and when he walked out into his community, he had a bunch of neighbors who were serfs. They cultivated a landscape that they did not own or control. They sent most of the profits and the benefits of that landscape up to a manor house. And if you lived in the manor house, it was a great system. For everybody else, it was pretty lousy. And you had to get by with some bare necessities of existence, but it was not a system that was designed for you. That is how the internet today is operating. Every morning we wake up, we take out the modern equivalent of farming implements in the form of our phones. We start creating very valuable data that we send up to digital manor houses in Silicon Valley, Seattle, or Shanghai. And the vast preponderance of the benefit goes to the handful of individuals who are sitting there. Very little actually goes to the communities that rely on these platforms. There is an opportunity as we re-decentralize the internet, and that's an effort that will require collaboration and cooperation from everyone in this room and a lot of people beyond, to move from that neo-feudal state that dominates the internet today into a Renaissance era, where people are going to have better incentives, more control over their information, that in the digital age is your personhood. And it's really important that we understand that. It is who you are. And if you don't have control over that, you do not have control over your life. We can get to a place where we are back in charge. And when you achieve that goal, that is when you're going to be able to achieve true freedom in a digital world.
Beautifully said, and again, such an honor for us to have you here to soak this all in, meet all these amazing people from around the world, and kind of see what Project Liberty can do, by mixing with this crowd. So again, thanks for being here. Again, thank you all for being here. Time is the most precious resource. You guys are choosing it to spend it with us today. We have a few awesome sessions to come, but let's give another round of applause to Micah. Thank you so much for coming.
Hello, everyone. I am so honored to be here speak as a sister of a victim in China's concentration camps and the jail. This is my sister, Gulshan Abbas. She's a retired medical doctor, and she has been in concentration camps and then sentenced 20 years in jail in fabricated false charges because of my activism in the United States. As you see the picture on the screen, these are just the sum of the Uyghurs of over 1 million people being incarcerated starting from 2017. My husband's entire family went missing. His parents, siblings, their spouses, and 14 of his nieces and nephews. September 2018, I participated in a public panel at Hudson Institute in one of the think tanks in Washington, D.C., to talk about China's mass incarceration. 5 days later, they took my sister from her home and made her disappear. This is my homeland. We call it East Turkestan, and Chinese government calls it Xinjiang, which means new territory. It's a home for around 20 million Uyghur Turkic Muslim population. The land is size-wise about 1/6 of entire China, and like 4.3 times of Norway. Currently, my homeland is the most sophisticated police state in the world. And cameras with facial recognition softwares monitor Uyghur people's daily lives. And surveillance are fit to show coverage at all kinds of places like mosques, schools, shopping places, cars. And even the special technology was developed to recognize the Uyghurs' facial features, and by default, it's set as the Uyghurs are suspicious because of our ethnic identity, because of the beautiful culture we have, because of the language we speak and the religion we believe. The Chinese government treats us as abnormal commodities and conducting a full-fledged active genocide today. Every street has cameras, every corner has digital checkpoints, every vehicle has GPS tracking devices and QR scanning codes at homes. Anybody on the street, you are walking around and the police can stop and take your phone, plug into the machine and check if you have been communicating with anybody in abroad, or if you have any cultural files or religious verses. All this can be the reason that you disappear the next day. The technology is also being used to suppress Uyghurs financially. The government officials can walk into the bank and they freeze the Uyghurs' assets, take Uyghurs' lands, transfer their wealth, and then they are being treated as the people who needs jobs as a poverty alleviation program. In 20 years, from 2001 till 2021, the land transfer from the Uyghur farmers to government went up, increased about 50 times. The shirt on your back, the purse you are holding, the seafood that you consume, or the car that you drive, all of them are tainted with Uyghur slaves, blood, sweat, and the tears. 13 tons of human hair. How many lives does that represent? The Uyghur peoples here from Xinjiang made it over to United States Customs and Border Patrol. But we didn't see that in the mainstream media. This is a warning sign. But everybody was just watching and doing nothing. Uyghur children are taken away from their homes, sent to state-run orphanages, also their parents are alive. About 1 million children are in the state-run orphanages. Chinese state media reported that 1.1 million Han Chinese cadres deployed into Uyghur homes live and supervise and monitor Uyghur people's daily lives. While the husbands, the most of the men, taken to the concentration camps or forced labor facilities, Uyghur women are subject to sexual abuse inside of their own homes. And the special apps are being developed to conduct forced marriages of the Uyghur women to Han Chinese men. Look at her face. That's her wedding day. If she refuses such a forced marriage, herself, her siblings, and her parents will send to the camp, as radicalized Muslims did not want to marry non-Muslim Han Chinese. I call this government-sponsored sham marriages, government-sponsored mass rape in the name of sham marriages. And also, Uyghur women's bodies are being the battleground of this genocide. While they are facing forced sterilization, forced abortions, and the Chinese embassy in the United States publicly celebrated those genocidal efforts by calling Uyghur women are no longer baby-making machines. The Uyghur birth rate dropped down to 0% in some of the mostly Uyghurs are populated areas. What you see on the screen are just some of the data being used to track and jail the Uyghur people. If you look at those data, like your location, behavioral data, and the digital footprints or biometrics, fed into a system called Integrated Joint Operations Platform, and to predict crime, which means being ethnic Uyghur, which means your communication with your friends or families abroad, which means you are going to mosque or pray. In the meanwhile, mainstream media like CBS and the Discoveries are repeating China's propaganda videos, like showing happy Uyghurs dancing and singing. Well, they are helping the CCP to whitewash the genocide. Meanwhile, this is the reality back home. The Uyghur cultural materials and the books, the cultural and the religion, they're all being burned. Our places of worship is demolished. And the Uyghurs are being, the culture and the religion, everything is being criminalized. When we speak out, we are a target and everywhere, social media, Twitter, Facebook, and all kind of interesting cartoons of me all over my social media. And there's a funny video with interesting Australian accent with perfect English, which I don't speak perfect English. And this is actually a tweet from one of the Chinese government official, Zhao Lijuan, Deputy Director at the Foreign Ministry, tweeting and spreading libel and harassment against me, try to discredit my work. This is not the isolated case for me. Almost every single Uyghur activists in diaspora who are brave enough to speak out are being targeted. We receive death threats. We receive targeted attacks on spyware and phishing attempts. Also, the Chinese government uses the Uyghurs' family members back home, and they threaten them with their family members' safety. Basically, we do our advocacy at the cost of our loved ones' freedom, and while our neck is being held by the Chinese government when they have our family members as a hostage. This is a transnational repression, and that should be recognized by international crimes against humanity. What's happening to my people right now in my homeland, first tested in Tibet. That's where they started. Then they expanded and corrected the technology and used sophisticated, all kind of high-tech combined with racism, they are conducting full-fledged active genocide against my people. Then Hong Kong, now Taiwan. And everybody, all of you, will be next if we don't stop China right now. There's so many governments around the world using the same cameras from the Chinese government in their government buildings. And over 50% of the African countries are using the Chinese camera systems. If you look at Central Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, everywhere they are using China's cameras and the security systems and surveillance systems. At least 102 police stations all over the world, and there are more than 50 in Europe. Chinese government has a police stations in your country. What does that mean for your national security? Chinese government is using the very same technology that's being developed to make the human lives better. But if those technologies are empowered the tyranny, then that is another kind of sophisticated genocide, modern genocide. When they took my sister, they forgot one thing, or they never understand the power of love. The love I have for my sister, the love I have for my people, the love I have for freedom and the democracy, which is being at stake right now. Because what's happening to Uyghurs, or what happened in Tibet, or what they did in Hong Kong, turning the democracy in the dark place and overnight in the front of everybody's watch, well, that's not staying within China's borders anymore. It's expanding everywhere with China's Belt and Road Initiative and the debt trap diplomacy and the manipulations in the United Nations and everything they are doing with transnational repression, not just targeting the people of their own descent, but people all over the world, whoever speaks out, the journalists, researchers. So if we don't defend that freedom and the democracy we have, then just remember what I talked today, what you saw today, and that is the future for this free world. Look at those eyes. Look at those faces. This was the last leak, the Chinese government's own leaked data 3 years ago, called Xinjiang Police Files. Thousands of pictures. Those teenagers, 14, 15, 16 years old, they belong to schools. And those grandma and grandpa, 70, 80 years old, what kind of national security threat they bring to a country like China? Speak out, because the silence is the oxygen of the tyranny. If we don't speak out, then the only voice left will be one of regret. And we are all responsible for what happens next. Thank you.
All right, y'all. It's tough to see how technology is being abused, but it's also exciting to see the hopeful parts of how technology can be leveraged to make the world a better place. And I want to introduce a colleague of mine, Anna Chekovich, who has been working with us for over a year to start teaching activists how to use cutting-edge Bitcoin technology in order to make their work unstoppable. So with that, I want to introduce Anna Chekovich to the stage.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Chikhovich, and I spent 8 years managing finances at Alexei Navalny's Anti-Corruption Foundation. At the Anti-Corruption Foundation, we constantly faced financial repressions when working in Russia. Our bank accounts were constantly frozen, our funds seized, and financial censorship became just another tool the regime used to silence us. And in 2016, the ACF turned to Bitcoin. It became our financial lifeline, helping us receive donations, make payments, and continue operating in Russia when every other traditional payment channel was shut down. And this experience showed me that tools like Bitcoin could be really powerful for activists all around the world. And the reality is over 70% of global population lives under some form of authoritarian rule. And if there is one tactic that every dictator understands, is this: weaponize money. When they cannot silence your voice, they go after your wallets. They freeze your bank accounts, they block donations, and they punish anyone who is trying to financially support you. And after everything I've been through, I realized that I could help other activists facing the same struggles. So this is how our financial freedom education program at the Human Rights Foundation was born. And just a year ago, we launched our first Bitcoin webinar, and now we host up to 130 students at a time from more than 50 countries. And I designed the program specifically for activists and nonprofits, addressing their unique challenges and risks they're facing in their work. And we avoid complexity in our education. We try to focus on real use cases, and we teach them how to accept Bitcoin privately, how to store it safely, how to do Bitcoin crowdfunding, and how to exchange it into local currencies. And I provide this education together with world's top educator, Ben BTC Sessions. And I think together with Ben, we found a perfect balance. I speak from the experience of someone who has lived through political and financial repression, and Ben brings deep technical clarity, which makes everything easy to understand. And it's not only activists who need this education, it's also the people trying to help them. Because when a charity abroad tries to send financial aid to activists to help them, this bank wire transfer just gets blocked by oppressive governments. And even worse, the activists who receive this financial aid, they get labeled as foreign agents. So that's why I'm proud to mention that organizations like the National Endowment for Democracy and Amnesty International joined our webinars to learn more about Bitcoin and opportunities of providing financial aid in a private way. Besides online education, I also provide offline workshops for human rights defenders globally, and I see a significant shift. At the human rights conferences, it's not longer a surprise to see my Bitcoin session, because it's getting clear for everyone that financial freedom is essential to all other freedoms. And even universities are paying attention now. I taught students at MIT and the University of Virginia, where Bitcoin is becoming a significant subject of academic research. And it's a strange paradox, but it's true. Oppressive governments are unintentionally fueling Bitcoin adoption. The more they tighten control, the more dissidents, activists, nonprofits reach out to us for help. And since 2024, we educated more than 600 students. We provided 14 workshops globally and 5 webinars. And we're just getting started. So if this resonates with you or anyone you know, please join our upcoming webinar that starts on June 9th. And together, let's make sure that no one is silenced simply because they couldn't afford to fight back. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone. So I'm Zia, and Alex introduced me a couple of times, and I would tell you that I'm actually I'm a Bitcoiner who started a few communities, started educating people in Iran, and well, there are like big communities now. They've been doing all sorts of things, like communities from Iran and also activists from Iran and any other Bitcoiners actually do not receive that much attention, and they have to do all sorts of things on their own. And actually, I just wanted to mention that I'm really thankful for HRF and the whole Freedom team and also Alex, which he talked about me multiple times when I was detained. And it's very good to be here with you guys. And well, now what I want to talk about is about digital activism and also providing internet access to users in Iran. If you don't know about this thing, so I think everybody heard about the Great Firewall of China. So I have this same thing in Iran. Sometimes it's even way worse than that. And it uses probably the same technologies too. And this trend started from around 2009 when there was this the protests, and they shut down Twitter first. So they blocked it completely because it was like used for organizing the protests and everything since 2009, and still being used for those reasons. And then they carried on with this trend. They started shutting down more and more services. Right now, it's at a point that is completely unusable. It's like you don't have like access. You could send an email. You could like search something on Google, but it's like you cannot access anything. And this is from inside Iran. So I mean, like that's what the Iranian government does. We have all sorts of blocks from outside Iran, where there's all sorts of services, including some, surprisingly, Bitcoin companies too, that also block Iranian users from just opening the websites. One of them notably is a blockchain explorer. I don't know why they do this. So Iranians had to take matters into their hands, and they started developing VPNs. Why is that? You may ask, like, you could just use a VPN, like, I don't know, Nord something. Well, they can buy it first, and second, these are popular VPN services that everybody knows about them. And there's like the servers, you could just find them and block them, which the Iranian government did. So none of the famous VPNs that you guys probably use will work there. So they had to come up with their own VPNs. They had to set up their own VPNs and start using it. So what happens is that the government starts censoring, and then a grassroots movement starts, and they start running the VPNs and everything. and there will be actually also new VPN tech that they will be using. So just like how the Chinese activists actually resist this, and by the way, we use a lot of the software that also the Chinese activists do, like back in the day, it was Shadow Socks and others. Nowadays, it's like something called V2Ray or something. So they use this new VPN tech. They give access to users for free. Like you could find someone who is publishing VPN servers like a config, so you could connect to the network and just use get access to the internet again. And it gets a lot of adoption. There will be a lot of users, and then the government censors even more and finds out about these servers, takes them down, and this also, the cycle just moves again. So there will be also another, I don't know, technology, another VPN, another protocol that will be used, and it's like a cat and mouse game. So they have been doing this for a really long time, since 2022, and the Mahsa Amini protests. There were new ways that actually made this thing actually now kind of explosive. Now we have a lot of users who are using these VPNs for the reason that now they use methods to allow users to easily get new connections by like updating their connections and everything. And there are guides and also one-click installation. So you could run your own VPN server even if you're not technical at all, which is pretty cool. And this is actually actual data from one of the activists who actually provides VPNs for free to users. They have 1 to 4 million users per month, and the whole country is 90 million people. That's like huge. That's only the work of a single person. So you could see like these activists, they are doing like God's work. Like it's 3 petabytes of data every month going through their servers. So that's a lot of users. So you could probably imagine that this is going to be like something huge, like it needs a lot of resources. Well, not exactly. And they fuel their tunnels by using actually public donations. And like as a Bitcoiner who was I've been in this space for a really long time, I know that donations do not work. So you cannot like rely on that to provide such a sustainable service. So what they did is that they actually figured out a smart way to self-sustain this. So they give low latency, more premium servers to some, and they sell it to them. So some users will purchase it, and that fund gets used to buy more infrastructure, get more servers and everything, and deploy for more and more users to use. And this model is working really great now. There's multiple teams who do these kind of things, and they either receive aids and donation, or actually they also sell privately to some users. And Bitcoin is very important here because they do all of this through usually Bitcoin and crypto. So I have something here. I just loaded one of the donation pages. By the way, they put the link in their Twitter bio. So this is like, you probably can't see it, but it's just like I clicked on a bio of someone on Twitter, and it's like addresses here. And here's another one. So I actually want a list of addresses. And for the privacy folk out there, this is not good. And that's what I'm going to actually talk about now. So they are depending, these people who are actually giving access to millions of users are depending on very, very vulnerable methods to actually fund their projects. So they either receive, like, let's say, Bitcoin or, I don't know, USDT or something. And they also, some of them also use Lightning. And it's not much. It's very few transactions because it's not widely accepted. But it does get used. So I put it there, but you could just do not pay attention to it. It's just like it's as if it's not non-existent. So they receive Bitcoin, they receive like other crypto, and then when they receive it, they need to actually make this into cash somehow. So they would like buy the servers, right? So to buy the infrastructure, to fund the whole operation. What they do is that they either send it directly to an exchange, or they use some kind of a swap service. And that's like the swap service, that's the most clever people out there that they do this. A lot of them, they don't do any kind of like obfuscation in between. And when I actually did a little bit of research, I did see their addresses, just as you saw on my phone. I took a look, and it was like, they are leaving some serious footprint. And even if they're not leaving a serious footprint of themselves, when they use, like, let's say, swap service, if that swap service gets hacked or the data gets leaked somehow in the future, then their destination of the funds will be public then. And they will experience some serious consequences. I know, like, some of them not entirely, I don't know, maybe not entirely related to Bitcoin. I know that some of them got in jail. Some of them actually just recently got out. And that shows how expensive it could be for them and how serious the consequences could be. And I put CoinJoin here because it was interesting. After the Samurai Wallet guys and what happened to them, we were actually curious about like if the activists were, how much usage there was for CoinJoins with activists. And there was some usage. So they were using actually Workpool, and some of them did use Wasabi. And they said that we felt much more comfortable when we used CoinJoin, so that our data it won't like get leaked in the future because like I don't know our server gets hacked or something. And now it's kind of non-existent, right? So it's like very few community servers with very low liquidity exist for CoinJoin. And this is actually some serious condition for them because like these people are relying, a lot of people, millions of users in Iran are relying on these activists to provide them internet access to circumvent the blocking and the filtering and everything. So what do I need? Why am I here? So I wanted to tell you about how important it is to have the privacy for these people, and be it with like reviving CoinJoins, be it with I don't know cashews and mints, in any way that could help these people obfuscate, so they would be able to continue providing these digital lifelines. They would continue to fund their operations with Bitcoin, and we actually reduce the situation of like privacy right now on Bitcoin, like the serious situation that we have actually for privacy on Bitcoin. So that's why I'm here. That's why I wanted to tell you about the story and what happens, and you guys like know more about like what's going on in Iran. And by the way, I usually create content, not very updated regularly, but on my YouTube, I put it like there's a lot of people like this one is like I think for lightning, or this one is about how to use Samurai or privacy stuff in Persian. And you can contact me through these methods. So please, anyone who has ideas, who has projects that could help these people. I know like the cashew guys and also other like mints did have some cool ideas. We should probably explore that in the future. So hit me up, please, and let's talk about this and let's help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Zia. Financial privacy is super important, and we're actually going to explore that a little bit later on. But for now, we have Daria Rabinovich, who will talk to us about how Bitcoin is helping Ukrainian refugees flee the war and how it's helping them regain their financial independence. So, Daria, whenever you have a moment, please come onto the stage.
Hi, I'm Daria, and I represent Helping to Leave. So we are an organization that provides assistance with evacuation and reintegration to Ukrainians who are affected by the war. We work both in the government-controlled territories of Ukraine, but we also evacuate Ukrainians from the temporary occupied areas of Ukraine, and this is the part that I will be focusing on. And we're also a woman-led organization. So, why do we use Bitcoin? Bitcoin, we support people evacuating from the temporary occupied territories. Now, a quick recap on why and what are the temporary occupied territories. Temporary occupied territories of Ukraine are the territories of Ukraine occupied by the Russian Federation since 2014. We call them temporary occupied because we believe that eventually they will become part of the free Ukraine. On those territories, they are controlled by Russia. Many cannot access cash or bank transfers safely. Direct transfers are risky and monitored. They can also be blocked or traced by the Russian military authorities. Bitcoin allows us to move the funds quickly, securely, and anonymously, ensuring that the people get the help that they need. So how exactly do we use it? Our beneficiaries reach out to us through our Telegram bot or through our call center and ask for help. And we need to use creative means in order to send value to the temporary occupied zones. So we need to send value because we use the services of drivers, we use the services of hotels, while the people are traveling through the temporary occupied territories, the territory of Russia and the territory of Belarus, because there is no way for them to directly cross the border to government-controlled Ukraine. The funds are distributed via bank cards for safe passage, housing, and essentials. What are the essentials? Well, we evacuate pets as well. So sometimes we need to buy cages for the pets. Bitcoin acts as a bridge, bypassing unstable banking systems. So what is the impact and the scale of our use of Bitcoin? So since we evacuate the most vulnerable, elderly people, people with disabilities, people at risk to be drafted, even pets, the specific focus here is on people with that are at risk to be drafted now, because currently Russia is drafting Ukrainian men living on the temporary occupied territories into Russian army, sending them to fight against their fellow Ukrainians. So we need to act quickly when we get a request for evacuation. Since 2022, we have evacuated more than 21,000 people. We spent more than $300,000 worth of Bitcoin and other currencies to do this job, and we continue evacuating people. We evacuate at least 30 people a month from the temporary occupied territories, and Bitcoin continues to make it possible. It's very important for us to continue our job. Even though there are peace discussions now, they do not affect Russian military. People are still in danger. No other organization operates at this scale on the temporary occupied territories using Bitcoin. So my final message is that in our case, Bitcoin is a means of survival for the people that need our help. It's not a speculation. And where banks fail and cash is risky, it enables action, safety, and freedom. So thank you for your attention. You can contact me, you can donate to our cause, and thank you for standing with Ukraine.
All right. So HRF is a big funder in the Bitcoin space, and we are not the only one. So I want to introduce Abu Bakr, who has been funding Bitcoin development in Africa and the Global South for several years now with BTrust. Welcome up.
I don't think it's on though. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say good evening to all of you. Thanks so much for making the session. And I want to say a huge thank you to the Human Rights Foundation for bringing us up to talk about such an important topic as some of the work we've been doing in Africa. So just to give you guys a big kind of overview of what I'd like to achieve here is not only to show you guys what we've done in Africa over the last couple of years, building the open source space, but also to kind of connect exactly where it fits into the Human Rights Foundation fight, or I guess the general fight for financial freedom around the world. But more importantly, to kind of have a critical mass of understanding in terms of where we can go next from all the great work we've been doing. So first and foremost, my name is Abu Bakr Nur Khalil. I am a Bitcoiner at heart, so I'm one of the board members at BTrust. I'm also the CEO at BTrust, where essentially we're designed to decentralize Bitcoin development in the Global South. I also run a Bitcoin VC, work on articles essentially on Forbes, and a bunch of other stuff in the Bitcoin space. Now, we're at a stage where around the world, all economies are essentially interconnected. the world is hyper-globalized. The internet has ushered in a new environment for us to have highly connected ecosystems across a variety of key disciplines. Now with that, we already have finances essentially highly linked, and digital finance essentially being the center of that. And that's kind of where Bitcoin fits into all the plays essentially, and kind of the dynamics. So we're at a stage where essentially Bitcoin has gone from a highly small tool where a handful of activists didn't necessarily see it as something that was could be used essentially, all the way up to now where millions of people around the world, from activists all the way up to technologists and individuals really who care about having a last vanguard for protecting their financial freedom. But the challenge is we're at a stage where there's a lot that needs to be built out really quickly, but also with a specific lens in mind where it prioritizes individuals around the world that really need this tool at heart. And in 2021, Jack Dorsey as well as Jay-Z essentially looked at this problem carefully by kind of creating B-Trust, which is essentially an organization fit for this type of purpose of ensuring that individuals around the world that actually face these problems get to have a say in terms of the development. So they seeded the organization with 500 Bitcoin, and we've been on a mission dedicated to ensure that we decentralize the amount of development happening on the ground to specifically account for these type of people. Now, unfortunately, we're at a stage where the majority of all the development happening in the Bitcoin ecosystem is not necessarily built by those who face these issues that I've been describing on the ground. So we're at a stage where we need to have a critical mass of individuals building Bitcoin who are essentially the majority. And the majority of those people are essentially who I believe are the critical allies for human rights activists, which are individuals that face the same amount of financial repression all across these ecosystems from different parts of the world, specifically in the global south. And in terms of the work we've done in the last 3 years, we've gone from a handful of developers being trained up to a critical mass of developers essentially working at critical parts across the Bitcoin ecosystem. So all the way from protocol development to frontier technology around the Lightning Network, but all with a single lens in mind. We don't want people to suffer the same way we've been suffering. We want to provide the same benefits we've had and enjoyed from the Bitcoin ecosystem to ensure that it thrives essentially into the future. Now, in terms of the progress we've made so far, so from last year to this date, essentially, we've given out over 30 grants, half of which go directly for developer funding, for long-term funding for them. And the majority of that has been kind of looking at the pipeline at a larger scale, so ensuring that we have the gateways funded, that's the events, conferences, etc., all the way up to developer education programs, leading up until the primary case that we have, which is essentially funding developers. So far, I've reached 3,400 developers. And in terms of the next steps, if there are any developers in the crowd or around the world watching this that are specifically in the global south, specifically in Africa, we have 3 essential ways you can get in touch with us, or I guess interact or kind of get involved. One is ensuring that you kind of get into our pathways, which we've designed as 5 essential paths for individuals, so all the way from beginner levels to ensuring that you could actually contribute long-term. And then for those who are already existing developers, we have a variety of funding sources for them. So whether you're running events, but primarily developers, you could also get that. And for individuals who aren't necessarily developers, but would like to see kind of the development and things that we have on the ground, we have BitDevs all across Africa. So those are Bitcoin developer meetings where you can see it in Kampala, Uganda, Lagos, etc. And finally, what I like to say is we're at a point where we need to do a lot more in a short amount of time because we need to critically aggregate all the individuals that are trying to produce value around the world, but more critically from the lens of ensuring that the final hope we have around the world for ensuring that we maintain our financial freedom, which is Bitcoin, is not only preserved, but around for future generations to enjoy. That's how we're doing all this work. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone, for coming. It is such an honor to be here and be on stage with an inspiring group of people. So what I'm going to be doing today is talking about our new Bitcoin Adoption Index. This is the first time I'm presenting any of the data There are helpful cheat sheets that were on or now probably below your seats, and I'm indebted to Renee from the Bitcoin Policy Institute for putting those together, and to the Reynolds Foundation and HRF for sponsoring this project. So before diving into it, I wanted to provide a little bit of context and a quick story that I think also illustrates the importance of all of this interpersonal connection that we've been building the last few days. So it was probably about 15 months ago, after Bitcoin Atlantis, I guess that was 14 months ago, and Alex Gladstein and I we were on the same flight back to the US, and our flight was canceled. And so we had 7 hours stuck in Lisbon. I know there are definitely worse places to be stuck. And we turned lemon into lemonade, talking about, for most of the 7 hours, these kinds of issues. And sort of central to that was this idea that there were so many misperceptions around Bitcoin. Why does everyone just associate it with illicit uses and speculation that in fact, and this was where he and I have a real shared interest, in the way in which central banks control states' monetary policy, which is something I wrote a book about that he helped me see the Bitcoin connection on. And so we started talking about how Bitcoin is a tool of financial freedom around the world, but there's not a lot of systematic evidence about where and how that's being done. And he said he really wanted to do a big global survey to actually have data on that. And I said, well, that's the work I do. I do public opinion work, I do public attitudes, I do international opinion. So why don't we collaborate on this? And so this is really, I shouldn't say the culmination. We're starting the second year of this project. We've spent the last year developing the survey and running the survey in 25 countries. And so the goal, many goals of this project, really to learn how people are using Bitcoin and stable coins in the pursuit of financial freedom, understanding what drives Bitcoin adoption, not necessarily, but also on average around the world, but in specific use cases in these individual countries, so that we can then help policymakers, businesses, communities make better decisions about Bitcoin regulations, products, and education, and improve if we think of Bitcoin as a tool of financial freedom. So how can we improve access? And then lastly, educate the public about the impact on society. Full disclosure, so I come at this from the perspective of an academic, so I teach at Cornell. And so we have a big research design because we wanted to be systematic about it. We didn't want to cherry pick countries that we know that this is where Bitcoin's being used. We really wanted to be systematic about it. And to our knowledge, this is the largest ever cross-national study of Bitcoin perceptions and adoption that we're aware of. So I know, for example, Chainalysis has some study, but this is all crypto, and it's based on indirect proxies. We actually went into 25 countries and asked 25,000 people about their use of Bitcoin. We've also followed up, and I've talked to quite a few of you in the different countries to do qualitative interviews, to actually understand how people are on the ground using Bitcoin, what's standing in the way of broader adoption. So it's been great to talk to you. I'm working with Ella Huff from Cornell, and she has this team of students that's doing all these interviews. So it's been such a rich experience. I am going to present some data, but I'm also going to be telling your stories. And so I appreciate that privilege of being able to talk to you and talk to people on the ground who are actually using Bitcoin. So again, we wanted to be systematic about this. We started when Alex and I were talking about this, thinking about 5 countries, maybe 10. And so there was a little bit of mission creep. So we ended up with 25. But the more we got into this, the more we just thought, if we can tell a really cool story about not just 5, 10 countries, 25 countries, every major continent, big countries, small countries, mostly non-democracies, but we wanted to throw in some democracies too to kind of benchmark, and all major religions. And so these are the countries that we have surveyed over the last year. So it's been such a fun project. Okay, so disclaimer, here's a little bit of data. What you want to see here is anything that's pushed to the left means that there's a less likelihood story going on. So this is not an unusual story. So essentially what we find here, this is across these countries. If you are female, you are less likely to be using Bitcoin. And so this is foreshadowing some of the outreach work that I'm going to talk about at the end. So where are these unequal uses or access? Age is also probably not surprising. Look around the room. So as you get older, you're less likely to say that you've used Bitcoin or that you are using Bitcoin. And I should say, by the way, we have probably 5 to 7 different measures. Like, are you aware of Bitcoin? Do you use it on a daily basis? How much of your wealth is in Bitcoin? And so we really wanted to get, and we have all that texture that I can't get into here, but I'll be wandering around after. If anyone wants to ask me about the study, I'm happy to talk more about it. It's also tends to be something that is more sort of dominantly used as you get more college education. So if you are college educated, you have a greater probability of having owned Bitcoin. Again, foreshadowing where we can do some kind of legwork to close those gaps. Okay, so this is an aggregate. So where do we see the highest use of Bitcoin around the world? So as you get higher, that's lower usage. And this is the question of have you or do you own Bitcoin? And so, El Salvador, very high rates. I spent some time there talking to people. And Alex was talking about this early on. Just the government did such an aggressive job in promoting Bitcoin and Chivo wallets. So it's not surprising. But I think the other thing that's really interesting to point out here is that generally, as you go down and darker, that's the higher use. These are not, democracies necessarily. So you do have this kind of hinting at what is going on here with this mechanism that people are using Bitcoin for financial freedom. So then we really wanted to start unpacking these mechanisms, and this is where these stories have really emerged. So I'm kind of showing this aggregate data here, but like I said, we've been doing dozens of interviews. I think we're going to get up to about 250 across these 25 countries. And so I included some kind of evidence and stories on the right here that you can read as well as I can say them. So I'll let you read them. But I think what you can see here, the real takeaway, is that these countries are using Bitcoin in that spirit of financial freedom in these countries like Turkey, where inflation is debasing the currency, devaluing their wealth. So theft through debasement is eroding morals and trust on a societal level. Bitcoin prevents this by being nearly impossible to steal. And we've seen that in country after country, whether it's Argentina, Venezuela, Turkey, the way in which people are using it as a hedge, a store of value for what they've worked for. We see this as well in the context of remittances. Here I'll point to the case of Venezuela. Many people in Venezuela don't want to receive transfers to their local bank accounts for obvious reasons. Again, I think there's more work to do here. When I was in El Salvador, it was, despite how much that can actually save in all of those steps of remittances, it's still being underutilized, I would say. And here, as we started at the beginning of the project, brainstorming, well, what are the reasons why people in these countries might be using Bitcoin? A big one, and again, I've spoken to a few of you about this issue. I'm thinking about Fede, about the case of Nigeria. Bitcoin as a tool for the unbanked. So many cases of this. And I think, I think about the US context for Bitcoin and kind of how that frames how policymakers think about Bitcoin. And again, this sort of used as speculation. And I think what gets missed in that conversation is just the fact that if you live in parts of the world you might not have an address. You might not want to give your information to a bank that can use it or give that information to the federal government. And so we saw this again over and over. Again, this Nigerian case, Bitcoin gives Africans a way to access global markets without going through the existing system. And so it's clear that people are using Bitcoin around the world as a substitute for their lack of access or trust in the banking system. We also saw a lot of evidence over and over, Bitcoin as a way of kind of getting out from the yoke of financial repression. And I'll pick here the case of Lebanon. The government's corruption and misinformation drove me to Bitcoin. It was the only way to protect my wealth. So over and over in these non-democracies or cases where there's repression, individuals in these countries are moving to Bitcoin as a way around that. So we ask people to try to understand kind of why are they using Bitcoin, why are they not using Bitcoin? And again, I think this points to the education takeaways here, that for a lot of educators in this room, what are the things you think about? What are the things to emphasize? And so in all but 3 countries, so 22 countries, more than 50% of the people said they were concerned about volatility. So that just kept coming up and coming up. There's still a real just technical misunderstanding about how to use it. So that's another one. In all but 6 countries, so 19 countries, more than 50% of the population said that Bitcoin is confusing. And so there again, I think we can see opportunities for education. A lot of people say they just don't have adequate knowledge of Bitcoin, or that they don't trust it. The last one I thought was very interesting and is that in all but 5 countries, people said they use Bitcoin for privacy. So I thought that was a really good kind of takeaway too, that they trust Bitcoin as a way to preserve their privacy. So what do we take away from this? And I think that's probably the stories are, I think, the most interesting aspect. But what are the sort of recommendations that flow from this, whether it's policymakers or educators? I think one really stands out to me is that we need to expand financial inclusion programs. So we still have confusion, we have a sense of risk, we have low knowledge, even in some of these high adoption countries. So we should be funding and scaling culturally adapted, country-specific Bitcoin education initiatives. And I think that's what a lot of people in the room are doing. I think what this points to is that there's no one-size-fits-all story. And so now we're going to have the evidence that allows us to make more tailored and targeted interventions. And again, I think part of that targeting is kind of where we see these gaps, the age, the gender, the education programs. A second area is to protect peer-to-peer access in these underserved or repressive environments. The interviews we did in Nigeria, Lebanon, Ukraine emphasized the role where banking systems are exclusionary or weaponized. So here again, I think we can point to policy recommendations that are informed by this analysis. So Lightning-based remittance apps, self-custody platforms, more of that should be supported. And then third is to think about more how to integrate Bitcoin into humanitarian and remittance infrastructure. So working with humanitarian and aid and remittance organizations to pilot Bitcoin-based transfer alongside fiat systems. So just to kind of pull this all together, and I should say that Ella, whom many of you know, has taken most of these pictures, doing her legwork in education, is that what we found is that just being aware of Bitcoin does not mean, is not equivalent to ownership. And I didn't touch on that earlier, but essentially we had much higher levels of awareness of Bitcoin than when people were asked and reported about their ownership. So there's a gap there that I think we can start to try to close. there's still a real sense that the perception of risk is holding people back. And so I think there also are opportunities to educate on kind of relative risk and volatility compared to other assets that they might think are safer. And that confusion is still really a barrier, whether it's the technical side or the kind of how you actually kind of brass tacks can adopt or use Bitcoin is clearly still an impediment for people. So I think the real takeaway from all of this is that this informs how we can think about targeted education and engagement and use evidence-based intervention. And so until now, we haven't had the evidence by country to know kind of how are these countries different. And now we do. And so what we're trying to develop now is a set of educational initiatives. And again, kind of leaning into what we do well, or would like to think that we do well in a university is, as political scientists and economists, is randomized control trials that try to actually empirically evaluate those targeted interventions to see kind of how they work compared to control groups so that we can further refine our approach. This has been probably the best project that I've worked on in my time at a university. And so I'm so excited to now, in the coming year, be developing those initiatives, talking to more of you, and thinking how we can work together to educate people and increase the access to these tools of financial freedom. So thank you so much for being here.
It was amazing. I've been wanting to hear the results for a while now, so it's really great to see it now. Next up, we're going to be talking about financial privacy and cross-input signature aggregation, or CISA for short. And if you don't know what that means, I'll give you a gist. It's a proposed Bitcoin upgrade that could make financial transactions cheaper and more accessible, which, as you can imagine, is super important for activists. So here to tell us all about it is Bitcoin Core developer Fabian Jar.
Hi, thank you for being here and letting me give you just a little taste of what CISA is. Why am I here on stage? I've been contributing to Bitcoin open source for a number of years now. For the past 2 years, I've been supported by Brink, which allows me to do it full time. And last year, I was also awarded the HRF CISA Fellowship with the goal of creating research on CISA, what it would allow, and the potential. And the result is a report that was released earlier this year. So what is the problem that we're trying to solve here? If you've been to the excellent Bitcoin introduction workshop in the last 2 days, or if you have done your own research, you probably already know that Bitcoin can be a very powerful privacy tool, but also it has its pitfalls. Bitcoin in itself is not completely private, but instead the addresses are pseudonyms. So Bitcoin is pseudonymous rather than anonymous, and that means that if you make a mistake somewhere in your history with Bitcoin, then you can dox your personality anywhere, and then this can be traced back to other touch points, and that can also endanger the people that you have transacted with as well. There are privacy tools out there that make this harder for the agencies that may want to find out who you are. For example, PayJoin, which is also supported by HRF. But these come usually with quite a bit of overhead, so you pay higher fees. The tools that you use there are not as easy to use since they're not mainstream tools, and that's not great. So how can CISA help with this? CISA is a proposed Bitcoin protocol upgrade where there's still some work in progress, but the general idea is quite clear. It would allow us to combine multiple signatures into one, and that shrinks the size of transactions. Now, if you know the basics of the Bitcoin network, you pay fees for the transactions, and you particularly pay fees for how much space you take up inside of the block. That means if you take less space, then you pay also lower fees. So that in itself is nice, of course, for everyone. Like everyone likes to pay less, lower fees. That's great. But why is this relevant for privacy? The privacy tools that I mentioned previously, they usually produce quite large transactions. And since Caesar helps us save space in these transactions in a higher degree than just the normal smaller transactions, that means that these privacy-preserving transactions that are larger actually save more, and they even become cheaper than interacting with Bitcoin blockchain just through transactions on your own. And that means that there's an incentive for everyone to use these ways of interacting with Bitcoin. It doesn't even matter that it's more private, it's also the cheaper way. So that means that should help with mainstream adoption and normalize this way of doing Bitcoin transactions, which also allows plausible deniability for anyone who is really, really in need to protect their privacy. And that's not just for activists like yourself or anyone who wants to protect the privacy. Also businesses who happily KYC their customers, for them also they have huge potential to save on fees because they can consolidate all of the massive amount of transactions that they have. And so the incentives for adopting this are really nicely aligned, which is one of the outcomes of the report. So these were about 4 minutes of Caesar. If you want to see over 40 pages of Caesar, then you can find them here. There's a lot there. Yeah, and please read the report. Please give me feedback. You can also find me later after the session and ask me any questions about it. Thank you.
One, two. Hey. Timer. Clicker. Good morning. I'm Kelly. I want to talk about financial privacy today from the perspective of human rights. And I want to start with a story. In 2012, an angry father runs into a Target supermarket, furious, demands to talk to the manager. He says, "You guys sent my teenage daughter products for pregnant women. What's going on? Do you want her to be pregnant at that age?" He's angry. The manager says, "I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on." The father goes back home, has a discussion with his family, and finds out that indeed his daughter has been pregnant all along, but wasn't ready to share the story with their family yet. But Target knew. And Target knew because of his daughter's purchasing activity, which was purchasing unscented lotion and calcium supplements. And the Target AI, so to speak, correctly predicted that she must have been pregnant and sent her coupons at home. The father goes back to the Target and apologizes with the manager. Let's step back. The Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states, "No one shall be subject to arbitrary interference with his privacy, family, home, or correspondence." So why is privacy important? Let's start with the basics. Privacy is foundational for a free society. What do I mean by that? For centuries, we protected our privacy in physical spaces with whispers, darkness, curtains, envelopes, closed doors. something that feels very natural for us. And indeed, democratic societies depend on privacy. We forget that. We all depend on a secret ballot and the privacy of your vote to ensure that elections are free and the transitions of power can be peaceful. But privacy is not just a good for itself, it's a gateway to so many other rights that we enjoy. It protects our dignity, autonomy, and ultimately democracy itself. There's a very, very drastic story, the worst story that you can find, that is related to privacy, I want to tell real quick. In the Second World War, the Nazis invaded the Netherlands and were able to deport 75% of the Jewish population. The Nazis also invaded France, but there they deported only 25% of the population. What was the difference? It turns out that the Dutch government had lists, long lists of meticulously recorded religious affiliation of their population, whereas the French did not. And indeed, they actually sabotaged the census for that reason during the war times. It led to many, many deaths. So it should be clear that a free society in the modern age must be based on digital privacy. Let's talk about cypherpunks. Cypherpunks write code. Who are the cypherpunks? There is an era we call the crypto wars, and we can call them the crypto wars 1.0 now, and you see where this is going. In the 70s, the US government decided that encryption must be handled like ammunition and banned encryption from being exported to other nations. In that time, a new guild of developers emerged called the cypherpunks, and writings like the Cypherpunk Manifesto or the Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace really manifested that movement. Whether they liked it or not, developers became activists, and their code became speech, political speech. And the most important lesson from this time is that we cannot depend on governments or corporations to protect our privacy. We must take it into our own hands by building technology. And that's what cypherpunks mean by cypherpunks write code. The crypto wars concluded ultimately with an epic ruling. Bernstein versus the Department of Justice, in which the Supreme Court ruled that code is indeed speech and that speech can be protected under the First Amendment. Although the crypto wars ended, the fight and the war for private messaging just began. In the 1990s, the FBI still wanted to put a chip into every device that encrypts communication, but with a little backdoor for the state to be able to read your messages. It's only for the good guys, right? Well, turns out the good guys aren't the good guys. 2013, Snowden leaks information revealing a vast global surveillance network. And in 2016, an epic battle between Apple and the FBI entices the population and makes them aware of what they have to lose. WhatsApp, in one of the most profound changes or developments in field of privacy, turns on end-to-end encryption for over 1 billion people. People are starting to understand. In 2020, the EU Commission recommends for their staff members to use Signal. Well, that has changed. All this is not because of technology itself. It's because of activists who've been relentlessly highlighting the need for privacy for ordinary people, and that vulnerable groups in our society suffer the most when we lose privacy. The narrative completely flipped. Privacy became best practice. So, how did we get from this to this? I want to understand this. Before we can go there, we have to talk about money. We say money is half of every transaction. What we mean by that is that money is pervasive. It is everywhere, with everything you do. Money is speech. Whether it's a donation to a human rights organization, a purchase of a political book, financial backing of a protest movement, money is your speech. And again, the US Supreme Court agrees. Spending money is speech. Money is identity. Financial transactions reveal so much about you: your political preferences, your medical conditions, your religious and social affiliations. And money is your social map. It does not only reveal your life, but the life of those who are with you. Your payments, where you go to have a coffee, where you go to therapy, who you go to cinema with. So I invite you to think about this question. What do your 10 last transactions reveal about you? They may reveal about you that you bought a coffee in Oslo, but they also reveal about you that you bought a coffee in Oslo with 1,000 other activists. So, what happens if we can't control our money? The first thing you think about is the Chinese regime. The social credit system is designed to oppress the population, and financial oppression is one of the tools of the system. Very visible in Hong Kong 2019, when the protesters needed to switch to cash to buy their train tickets to get to the protests. Many bank accounts have been frozen. They remain frozen today. But it's not only authoritarian regimes, it's also authoritarian democracies. Most famously, WikiLeaks in 2010 was blocked by Visa and PayPal for publishing collateral murder, which revealed the war crimes that the US committed. Many more examples on this list that I'm sure you're aware of. And CBDCs are the next step. I'm grateful for the HRF to do the research, and they found January 2024 that over 135 countries are currently researching or involved with CBDCs. CBDCs will enable this on a global scale. So let's talk about the current crypto wars. Crypto Wars 2.0, and here I want to highlight two stories in our ecosystem, which is Tornado Cash and Samurai Wallet. In 2022, and this is also very new, it's unprecedented, the OFAC sanctions code and the Tornado Cash developer, who's still in prison today, is punished for writing and deploying code. 2024, Samurai founders are indicted for the fact just for writing privacy-preserving software for Bitcoin. And the signal that they want to send is received clearly. It means if you write privacy code, you will face persecution. And all this happens while academic studies over and over again confirm that the vast majority of crypto transactions are totally legitimate, especially compared to fiat cash payments, by the way. So this is a push to treat every single user of privacy tools as suspicious by default. And this does not only threaten these individual projects, it threatens the very notion that we have the right for financial privacy. I want to quote the legendary Hal Finney. He says, "The computer can be used as a tool to liberate and protect people rather than to control them." So how do we do that? Now I want to get back to the messaging wars. What can we learn from them? Because they clearly succeeded. First of all, and I think this is the perfect place to talk about this, we need to reframe the discussion. We need to stop talking too much about the technicalities, but start talking more about human rights and democracy. We need to point out examples like Nigeria 2020, when feminist activists had to use Bitcoin to finance their protests, or in Belarus, where journalists' bank accounts were blocked, and the only way they could continue their work on reporting on the criminal regime was supported with crypto. We need to personalize the issue.